Good morning, happy Monday, everyone. I tried to set a marker and that did not work. Oh, that time it worked. Okay. Let us see. Garfield Cap, good morning. Welcome to the stream. Switch over to the main scene here today. It is Labor Day here in the United States, which means I get a day off. Even though I'm working for a startup, and I've definitely had holidays at startups before where they just don't happen. Which it's nice working at a place that's gotten big enough now that we don't have to ignore these holidays. But what that means is I can spend a little bit longer working on a stream today. So we're gonna see how much of this we can knock off. Lubdub W, good morning. All right, so let's see what our plan is today. We want to make it so we can game over when our player gets hit by the chat by you all. So to that end, let's take a look at what we've got. Recompiling everything. Oh, I installed a new version of Resta or Rest. Maybe. Or maybe I ran Rest Clean by accident, or Cargo Clean. It's not as long as a compile as I would expect if I had deleted everything though. All right, so here's what I got. I can move left and right. I can jump, and then we can do this entire fire thing. So hash fire 5, for example, causes you to appear there. And if I step over it, we get this collide with the game object. So I can now see when we collide. So we want to display a game over text as soon as I collide with that. So where are we going to do that? Probably our interface is going to have our big game over text. We have this right here. So we have in draw. We're probably going to want another function here. And we're going to have to pass it probably the entire screen size. Let's go ahead and create this. And then we'll just draw it at the beginning of the entire, runtime. All right, it's going to be a private function, draw game over. I don't know if we need to mutate anything, but we do know that we're going to need a context and the screen size, which we can just extract here with screen width and screen height. And we can return a game result. And we're not going to return anything inside of there. All right. And we'll just mark that as unimplemented so it doesn't really care. Lord Mist, hello, good morning. Okay, so with our draw game over, let's go ahead and actually draw this to the screen. So I'm thinking we're going to need a game over text, which we could probably store up here. And I'm thinking just big game over right in the center of the screen. Maybe in the upper quarter. Game over text can be a text. So if we have that, then here in our new interface, we have to create that. And we're going to want to make this mutable, and we're just going to say game over. Okay, so for the font, let's make the font 0. Let's see, font default. There's a way to set. Oh, it's not font. It's gonna be the scale. Uniform, and here's where we can do something like 72.0. So that sets it to be really huge. And we can now get the size of the text and all that stuff. One thing that I haven't done before is like set the bounds. And I wonder if that's going to be helpful. So if we do game over text, set bounds, specifies rectangular dimensions to try to fit contents inside of by wrapping it in alignment within the bounds. And then there's dot alignment. So if I do set bounds, what do you take in? Bounds and P. Are you points? Where P is, okay, so 0.2. Is that like X and Y? Width and height, right, I forgot, width and height. That's all that really is. Width and height can be the entire screen size. Okay, we could do that. So you're going to be a single point. A point to new. The X is going to be the width. So let's do screen height. No, screen width. Screen height. And then alignment is this full align. Okay, so we can do center. I guess like we could do center, left, and right. So let's just do center. And I think that's it. So that sets the bounds of this. So we set the font, we set the bounds, we store this away. Then down here in this function, we can now draw this out. So we're going to graphics draw, pass it the context. The drawables are reference to self.gameOverText. The draw params. I don't necessarily need any destination right now. We'll just sort of see how this looks. I might need to like shift it down. And then I think that might be it for right now. So I'm going to remove the to-do, have it return what the draw returns, which is a game result. And I'm not using these right this second, but we'll see. And now let's call it. draw game over text. All right, so that should just draw it to the screen all the time, like as soon as we start the game, which that's fine. That's fine for right now. Okay, so it is showing up in the very center of the screen, but at the very top. So I'm definitely gonna want to shift this down a bit. Also, even though we have the we have this right here, I kind of think that it looks better if it's in the center of this play area over here. So let's shift this like the width of it. So here your screen width, and I want to minus the instruction width. I'd make it go over the whole screen and then darken everything except the game over text a bit. Oh, that's a good idea. I think that I can do that with a little bit of an alpha overlay. So let's say that I have a rectangle, like just a rectangular mesh that I like just put over everything, and we're gonna have to store this here. So I want this is like darken everything. Well, it's almost like a mask. Dark mask. And this is going to be a mesh. I like this. Okay. So we have our game over text. This could go over everything, as you said. But now we need to create our dark mask. We're going to make this a rectangle. So first, draw mode, fill. Our bounds, new, so 0.0, 0.0. Our width is going to be the entire screen width, screen height, and then color, I want this to be black. Now, what do you return? Okay, you return a full that, so then I can build context, question mark that, and store this away. I think I have to draw it in over. No, yeah. So I can draw it there. What I'm doing is I'm creating like a big rectangle that, I can't just do black. I need to do like my own custom color. So color, new. So 0 to 1, 0, 0.0, 0.0. And then our alpha, we're gonna set this to be something like, I don't know, 50 dot, actually that's 0, like 0.1. That sets that color, then I can draw this over before I draw everything else. So we're gonna do graphics, draw, context, self.dark mask, and then I don't need any draw params, but so I'll just create the default ones. All right. let's see if that works. The answer is no, it did not. What happened? We know it's drawing. Is it the wrong... Wait a second, is that drawing underneath everything? 14 warnings? Yeah, there's 29 warnings actually. I don't know why it only says 14. The editor caught 29. This is over these other things. Is 0.1 not strong enough? Maybe that's true. Dark mask. Okay, so therefore our color. Oh, I forgot. I turned this off. Save me with these. Okay, there we go. Let's do like 0.9. There we go. Now that darkens everything else, ironically except the fire. So that's happening afterwards. I really want this oh, and our character too. That's kind of funny. But now I can shift the game over down. And now it looks right. So with you, we draw param and then dot destination to new. We don't care about the X, and for the Y, let's have it shift down by like 1/4 of the screen. Not really that. We could just shift down by like, I don't know, 200 pixels. That didn't shift down very much. That's our, let's see. It would help if I shifted down the correct thing. Oh, there's actual errors now. Hold on, I didn't fix this. Default, you are like that, and you need, stop. Do you need one more? Yeah. Now we're back to only our 14 warnings. Okay, so that's a good position for game over. Now, if we want to figure out why, like, the player and this fire are drawing separately, I think that's because we're drawing the interface. We're drawing the interface first. And we're drawing all of the game objects second. You would make this game over bigger? Yeah, we could totally do that. And we could make it bigger, and it shouldn't affect anything else. It will just sort of show up the way we want it to. Let's create a const for this. Const game over font size. What did we do? Like 72? Let's make this like 150. Okay, so that will set that, and then out in the main library where we have draw, we're drawing the interface first here. Let's actually draw this second below all of our game object updates. Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing right now. So now if we do this, There we go. Game over giant, and everything else is appropriately stopped. So what I want to do is have this show up as soon as I get hit by a creature, by a thing. The text on the right is missing. That is true. It's like this game object is gone now. Oh, I know why. It's not missing, it's behind this blue. It's behind this blue. So in reality, I want some of the interface on top and some of the interface. Like I want this game over to show up afterwards. Why can't you just make the text a part of the interface? That would make more sense too. So what I have is to make it so I can add easier. All of these are they're not actually just normal text. They're not part of the interface necessarily. What they are, see if I can find it, come up to here. I'm just creating a normal flame, I'm attaching a label to it, and then I'm adding it to the game objects and having that display there. So what I could do is I could remove it from the game objects, or I could, I guess, remove it, never add it to the game objects, and instead have the interface store whatever game objects needs to be stored inside of here. You can't draw the game object in the GUI function. I mean, I can, but like so I could have like I could have that draw here. So I could have basically the game objects be here. Or that was a statement, you can't draw the game object in the GUI function. I mean, I can. I can, definitely. But if I have this be just a vector of game objects, we don't have game objects, so we need to bring that in. Okay, so bring in game object like that. We'll need, let's see, game object will have to be an empty vector to begin with, and then when we draw, before we draw the game over text, we could self.draw game objects. I think we have to pass context. I don't remember what else we need to pass. We'll want, okay. So a couple functions we need to create here. I guess for right now, let's create the something to draw all those game objects. So function draw game objects. I think we're handing it context. All right, so I want to loop through the game objects and then just draw them. And I don't need to do any mutable, stuff with them. And I just can do them all. So we can just do a for each type thing. So we can do self.gameObjects, get a mutable iterator off of this. Then we can for each. Then we'll get game object, and then run game object. Oh right, we if we do this, we need this to be a try for each. Game object dot draw. Pass it into context. And I think that's right because it returns a game result. All right, so no errors there. Okay, so this will draw all those game objects. Then we need a function to like add a game object. So we're going to take ownership of it, so that's fine. And I don't need to return a game result. This is just going to work. We're going to say self.gameObjects.push the game object. So just get in there. And so we don't need to return anything. Don't need that arrow. We're fine here. Let's head back to the main library. So here we're creating a flame instruction. We're creating a brand new game object. And I no longer need, we're just going to create the game objects, like the main game objects with the player, and then we're going to say interface dot add game object flame game object. And you need to be mutable. Okay, so that we now add that in, and that should draw out there. So let's try that. There we go. Now we have our interface stays here even when we play, and it should be normally visible and just everything's happy, you know, when we're going like normal. What I really want to do, though, is have this game over show up after we get hit by something. We're also going to make it so we can stop playing it, maybe? I don't know. Don't you want to center the game text over vertically? So I can, like, you mean like right here. I was thinking, I'm sort of reserving this space to put the names of you all who hit me or, like, tried to hit me. I think that's what we can put in. So I am going to reserve a little bit of space for that. Let's see. Maybe make it slide in from the top. I mean, we could. Let's try that to begin with, and we'll see what we feel about it. Because I don't have like animations set up for that. I would probably want to break up the interface at that point into like multiple different structs in order to handle like animations and draw systems and all that fun stuff. Okay, what were we doing? We were right. Okay, so when we get hit, which the player physics now knows that we collided with a game object. So we need to let, from this location, we need to now send a message to essentially, is it going to be the interface? We need to send a message somewhere that's going to let the interface know to switch over to game over. And we're also going to want to let the main library know to stop running update on everything except the interface. We're probably going to want an update on interface now. Yeah, I think that's going to be the two things. We're gonna need to send a message when we get hit, to stop updates and to switch over that thing. What are we using? Nothing with that. Okay, so I have one source and two destinations. Observer pattern would be really helpful here. Observer pattern would allow me to have the interface observe events being emitted from the player physics. So if I have the player physics, like say, hey, event, player got hit, I need two areas to be looking at that. I need the main system being aware, and if the main system is aware, then it can potentially toggle do I want the main system to like toggle a state inside of interface to let us know like what that we're playing? Okay. Let's say here I have this struct game state, and if we have a plane, and this is a Boolean, and we default this to be true to begin with. Now, as long as we're playing, here in our update, we can receive chat messages. We basically want to do all of this stuff if we're playing. Do I want an early exit instead? So like, if game over, we just exit, there's no more updates. I like that. So let's switch this to a game over. Game ended. Game ended is false. Okay, so if game has ended, I guess like right now, the only thing that I really care about is exiting early. So we're just gonna return. Turn, okay. And then we're done. No more hanging out inside of here. We don't need to like continue on. When we draw the interface, we need to let it know that the game is over. And so that's gonna happen here. So game ended, pass that in. So in the interface, what is this? In the draw interface, the draw, we accept the game over. Like this is game over, and you're a Boolean. Everything is going to draw exactly the same, except this self-to-draw game over text. That's going to be the main difference here. So if is game over, we draw you. so right now, if I save this and we play, nothing should happen, and we should not get that game over. Yeah, we can play now. Everything's fine. There's no game over text there. Now, I need to send a message to the main library that the game is now indeed over. We got hit. And that is going to be a channel. Let's use standard sync. Is it MPSC? Channel. And I think we also need sender and receiver. All right, so first up, let's go ahead and create that each of our game objects. So let's actually go and like where we're gonna need to use it and figure it out. So in our player physics, we're gonna send a game object. So we need the sender at this point in time. And we do need to store this away. So we're gonna say okay, so this is gonna be one of two game ending events. So the first game ending event we can do is player hit object. That's going to be a sender. That's going to store nothing. Just the fact that it's sending anything is the event. Okay, so when we create a new one, we're going to have to pass this in here to grab it. So player hit event is a sender with nothing in it, and store that away. Then we can use it here in update. Okay, so we collided with the game object here. So if we collide with the game object, we just want to send that message, and we can like pass things in later with that to like make calculations easier. But right now we're just gonna say, hey, we got hit. So self dot player hit object dot send, and we're not sending anything. And then, okay, we need to unwrap this. We're not returning anything. You return a result send error. I can question mark this. And then in here, we want to bring in a library like error. Okay, so we're going to use error result. And then an update, we're going to return result. And nothing in it if it goes successful. So then you work now, and at the end of you all, we return okay like that. Expected, open, close, did I? Yes, this is the type of thing I want to return okay like that. Do I have like any kind of return, early return in here? No. I can now question mark anything that, see, yeah, that's not a problem anymore. It's now just you yelling at me. Are you actually a real problem? Or are you a restart Rust Analyzer problem? No, you're a real problem. Method update, oh, stop. Method. Okay, method update has an incompatible type for trait. Expected, open close parentheses, found in enum, standard result. Where did that happen? So line 81. Oh, well, that's not helpful. Oh, because it's a trait. Got it. We need to go to this mod here and add this in here as well. Use error result. I forgot we have this. So then you are going to be a result like that. That should make you happier. So it wasn't arguing that like, hey, I'm not doing it right. It was arguing that the trait was telling me that I couldn't do that. So fix the trait and we're fine. Now we have to fix like all the stuff on the way to it. So let's go ahead and take a look at all of our errors and fix them one by one. So in our main library, when we create a new player physics system, we need to now hand it the channel, the sender. So let's go ahead and create that right now. So let's, I never remember what order it comes in. So this is going to be channel like that. What to have? Use standard, sync, NPSC, sender, receiver. Wait, am I not allowed to do channel also? All right, channel. You return a sender and a receiver. Okay, so our sender is going to be send player hit object event, receive player hit object event. And I want to pass in the sender here. So send player hit object event gets passed in. Okay, so then you're happy there. Can't find crate for get the streamer game. Really? Okay. Update is incompatible. Right, because now we need to use error results and an update here, add this in. Okay. So what are you? You're in physics system like that. I just want you to return it, okay? No errors anymore. So now we should send the event as soon as we hit the, we hit another object and item. That event isn't going to be caught at this point in time. So now inside of Raven Legend 466, hello, good morning. How are you today? In our update, okay, we want to store off the receiving in here. So and really we could just name this the player hit object event. This is going to be a receiver with nothing being passed in. And we have that being created up here somewhere, right here. Let's go ahead and store that away. Okay, so there we go, your receive player hit object event. What about me? Things seem to be going pretty well. Also, it's a holiday for us in the US, so I don't have to go to work today. I get to do a little bit longer stream this morning, so that's super nice. Thank you. Now we have that. Every single frame in our update, I want to listen for this event. And if we have the event, we're going to set the game ended to be true. So let's do this ahead of here. Do I want to do that ahead of there? Or do I want to do it at the end? Probably at the end. So normally these type of channels are blocking, but there is a way to get it out without having to block for this. So we're going to do a, I think it's an if let, okay, and we don't really care about this, equals self dot player hit object event dot try rec v. Because you return a result with the thing that we're going in. So if we get to this point, then we have received something from it. That means the player hit the object. Okay, fine. So then all we're going to do here is say self dot game ended equals true. Otherwise, we don't do anything at all. And so now, now when we run this, we should be able to get a game over event. So let's try hitting, let's see, fire 3. Or any of you could try hitting me too. I'll position myself right under 2. What is my opinion on Scratch? I assume you mean the, hey, it works. I died right away, it paused the game, perfect. All right. Hero Figo 1. Also, good morning. What is my opinion on Scratch? I really like Scratch. I love it as the idea of like a first programming language for people who haven't programmed before, who don't necessarily know like the mentality that's required for programming. It's a very gentle introduction in that way. Plus, you can do all sorts of crazy cool graphical stuff. And it reminds me a lot of some of the old like what was it, like there were some like drawing tools in Windows that had like animation abilities where you can create these cool little animations and other, almost game type things, and I can't remember what that was called, but it reminds me of that, and I think that's a good thing. Okay, boomer. Yeah, I am on the edge of like the boomer. No, I'm not on the edge of boomer. I'm on the edge of the one after that. My parents are boomer. All right, so this worked. And then as you saw, the fires don't happen anymore because we're not updating. We're not updating anymore. We're quitting before we like listen to the Twitch chat. So that's really nice. We exited the game. So this now works. Wrong readme. Display the game over text. All right. Now we want to display who won. So we want to see who was it that actually got us. So that's going to be interesting. How do I want to do that? When I'm creating, why aren't I using Trello? I use Trello for some like personal things and like my personal to-do list. I haven't really used it for these type of stuff. I also really like it because if any, like this is an open source game. If any of you want to go and like sort of take a look at this, see where I'm at, you could just go to the GitHub repo and you can see my my status there. You don't have to go to like a third party website for it. But I have like considered using Trello for some like other projects. This is a small enough project, it doesn't really matter. But I am using Trello to like track what games I want to make in the future. So I am using that. It's just not on screen. All right, done with that T. Display who won. Right now, in player physics, we're getting the full game object. Here. Do you think you can make some big games in Scratch? Can you define big in this case? Because like, you know, there's big games, like huge games, like the AAA games, like I don't know, let's just say Call of Duty. We can't make Call of Duty in Scratch. It's just too complicated of a system. Rage in Peace, I'm not familiar. I actually don't know those games. 2D games, definitely 2D games. You can make that. What's gonna happen is you're gonna start making this, and there's gonna be a lot of work that you end up having to do to make the game do what you want it to do. And usually that's the point when I say, okay, you're graduating from Scratch to a more robust language. At that point, it might be good to go with like JavaScript so that you can play it in a browser and share it easily with everyone else, or Python, and using like Pygame, and then build the game out using a game engine that provides a lot of resources for you. So I think that by the time you want to make a game like a 2D more interesting game, I would probably go with Python or JavaScript. I like that. Python, JavaScript, C++. That's like a fairly big jump there at the end. For what purposes? To just take a look at them? I can take a look at them on Steam. Move that over to the side. Just give me the names of them and I'll look them up on Steam. Oh, Scratch games. I don't... where are they, like, how are they published? I usually don't go to links, and I have links turned off for like normal things, so probably not right now. But you can, let's see. You can private message me. Now the other thing is I'm sort of getting over it on Scratch. I mean, there's also getting over it, the normal game, which I don't know what that's made with. Let me search. Let me search for that. Oh, that's okay. Is there a specific one that you want me to see, like a hammer game? Here, let's turn off. You think some IO games use Scratch? I guess that wouldn't make that would make some sense. Turn off the music for this, since it sounds like there's going to be sound. How do I play it? Is that too loud? How do I? Ah, okay. Is that? This is not the game that you were thinking of? There's several of these getting over it games. But yeah, so like if you're looking at what you can do in Scratch, I think you're going to find that something like this is probably going to be the limit of what you really want. Oh, interesting. Well, that's nice. Clicking doesn't do anything, but it looks at the mouse. You don't know what games people made? Well, I mean, there's always going to be exceptions. Oh, you do W with that. Okay. That first one had better controls. Minecraft V5. People made Minecraft in this? Let you whisper it? All right, let me switch over to here so I can find two and two. All right, I'll get the whisper when you send it. Projects, that. Not gonna read the instructions. Okay, so, oh man, this reminds me of the good old days where you did 3D through like the 2D 2D fun stuff. Like what is it? What was that? That was Castle Wolfenstein, like the original ones, or like the original Dooms, did this type of tricks. But I think like my original statement, I agree with, which is while technically you can do this, I don't know if it's going to be worth the time and effort to like figure out how to essentially abuse the engine and the language in order to be able to get something like this. And if your goal is to like learn programming, then I would probably do it for like, yeah, like do this for mostly animations or very, very simple games that involve like mostly animations. If you want to do games, I would probably switch over to a language that's a little bit more robust for games, especially since like, why do you want to make games? If you want to sell something, then definitely a game engine. Yeah, but if this is possible, then I think you can use it to make big games. I mean, yes, but what's the point? Like, start with the end in mind. What's the end result of your big game? Do you want to sell this game? Like, what's the end goal with your game? Are you trying to use it to learn programming? I mean, because this is pretty cool. I just like, besides a tech demo of like, yeah, we were able to do this. It kind of reminds me of like all the people who make like the redstone stuff in Minecraft is an excellent example of this. It's like, oh, I made a full computer inside of Minecraft. It's like, great. Now what? I love watching those type of things, but there to me, like I'm very focused on like what I can do with it. What value have I provided to like somebody else with that? And I don't really like. It's interesting to show that, but I don't know if it's like actually helpful for this. So it really comes down to what's your goal? Like what do you want to do with it? If you want to learn how like those type of computers work in the background, and you want to like learn what you can do with Scratch, then yeah, that would be great. Make a big game with Scratch. If you want to learn programming, and potentially get like a job in programming, I wouldn't go with this direction. I need to know what my game object is. Let's do a reference to that. We can look at our game object. Oh, game object doesn't implement debug. Scratch may help to get the concepts of programming, but it probably isn't going to teach you anything practical. Yeah, I really did consider like having like when I was teaching programming, I really did consider having my students like start with Scratch because you can get some really quick wins with it. And you get some like really good ideas of like conditionals and loops, and sort of like flow control. But at the same time, you run into a wall really quickly with it. And then you have to like start over again with JavaScript and HTML or whatever language you're going to learn. And so like in a school environment, especially like I was at a code school where I was teaching, that didn't seem very practical. I would lose time with the translation between one language to another. So I just went straight to HTML. And so like, look, we can get something on the screen. And within like a couple weeks, I'm gonna have them moving things around on the screen. Start with Python. It's a bad language, but it does give you practice and teaches the concepts very well. I mean, I don't know if I would call it a bad language, but I would agree that Python is an excellent first language, and it does teach a lot of those concepts, and it gets out of your way. Python like really doesn't cause problems for you. Like Rust here, Rust basically yells at you a lot. In UK schools, they start at Scratch, then progress to other languages, and I think that makes sense in like a normal school situation. In a normal school situation, we have a lot more time. I was in a code school, so we had like very little time to get somebody from zero to like building full web applications in the browser. And so like I had to drop everything that's not like towards that goal. But especially in like a normal school system, a traditional school system, I do think that starting at Scratch is an excellent idea, especially with younger students, who haven't like had time to really like maybe develop the logical part of their brain. That Scratch helps a lot with that. All right, we need to implement debug for game object. So game object, we want to derive debug. Now we need a draw system and physics system to implement that. Which means I need sprite. I guess all of these, so like item physics and player physics, needs to derive. Debug. And then sprite. You're not a fan of Python because it does so many weird things. Its syntax is extremely strange, and in your opinion, hard to read. It's dynamically typed, it's interpreted, and thus slow. That it's interpreted allows for weirdness, like evaluating strings. It also doesn't teach important concepts like what a compiler is, does, types, memory, and so on. Because of that, I think Python is impractical, but still a good place to get started. I mean, yes, it's not going to teach you about like compiler type things, but also I'm of the opinion that we should learn many languages. And so I think like Python is a tool, right? It allows us to get a lot of, really good things done as like a scripting tool to like automate things on the server side. I think it's close to the top. Rust might actually beat it eventually when some like the better tooling comes out or some better crates, and it's not quite so pre-alpha with like a lot of those other crates that you use for those automation things. But once for like actually just like automating some things, I think Python is pretty dang good. Also, they're like all the, what is it called? Like the orbs? I forget what their like the library system is called for like the modules is pretty amazing with Python too. There's just so many of them. You try to avoid Python for any serious projects. It doesn't scale very well due to dynamic typing. There's usually a better alternative. Same goes for JavaScript, by the way. Yeah, like I don't know. Like I obviously have a very soft spot in my heart for JavaScript. It's the first language that I used as a programmer purely. I have to be very careful with my wording there, because I was a systems administrator and I used Python, I used C, and I used a lot of Bash when I was there. JavaScript, however, when I went to like pure software development, that was my first one, and that's where I make the most money too. Is just JavaScript, or right now PHP, and I agree that like these other languages like Rust and C, they can be better, but we're not gonna make as much money on it until maybe like WebAssembly gets a little bit more robust, as it were. Don't get you started on JS? Okay, I won't. All right, Sprite, we need to derive debug here as well. Good morning, Utsby. There sure are a lot of opinions in chat today. Is that the theme of the holiday? Yeah, maybe. Okay. You think there are too many languages? When I was a systems administrator, some of us used to joke that every time that a graduate student from computer science, every time somebody in computer science got a PhD, a new language was invented. Which, because like one of the choices like that a lot of PhD students seem to have been making, at least at the time 10, 15 years ago, was, oh, I'm gonna make a language as my like for my thesis statement. And of course it would be released into the wild. However, most of the languages are actually not very good, or not usable, not practical. There's only like a handful of them we can use for day-to-day work. Physics system. Okay, so physics system itself, because it doesn't implement debug, I think we need to go into the trait for that. I vaguely remember us doing this before where you say, okay, physics system. Oh, what did we do for this? We, I forget. It was something like where something debug. I don't think I could, yeah, we can't do something like that. I don't think we can derive debug on a trait. So I probably don't actually, well, either that or I need to like go remember how to derive a debug on an entire trait, which is one of the other projects we did. And I think it might have been Bear who let us know how to do that. Was it the Twitch chat wrapper? No, it wasn't the wrapper. Not our basic Rust to do. Might have been, no, that's JavaScript. Yeah, I don't remember where that was. And now these things are they not in order of like when I last touched them? Can we just do Rust? There you go. Only Rust stuff. Perhaps it was in our learning game design patterns. And perhaps we did it in our, not P5 runner. By the way, if you're like graduating from Scratch and you want to make a game, P5.js or processing itself is an excellent choice. There's tons of documentation out there, and it abstracts away a lot of the language into basically just putting things onto the screen. And so it's like it might be the next step to go into. GGEZ runner 2. Processing is nice, but I think it's way too bloated. I think that's like the point of processing, is to be bloated like that. And it's like to give everything, like to do everything. Physics. Here it is. Pub trait physics where self standard format debug. This is what I need to do. So pub trait physics, we do a where, and then self standard format debug. So pub trait physics, is it just, yeah, so then where self, and then self implements standard format debug, like that. I don't need this derive there. We're just saying, hey, you're going to implement that, no errors anymore, which means I can now run this, and we're going to get those debug statements printed out as soon as anybody hits the streamer. So I am going to move myself right underneath 2, and we can go and start hitting this. Fire 2. All right. We have our location. So we don't have the name of the person who hit. we need to change that. So when we create that item, when do we do that? So create player, handle command. So when we do handle command here, we create the command and we're going to store into the game object. So, okay, when we create a game object, we need to put a name in, or like a potential name, like a username. That would be nice to have. So in a game object, let's store the username of who hit us. And I wonder if this should be like a display name or a username. So let's see, maybe like the chatter name. And this can be a string. So we're just gonna take ownership of like just a full string for this. When we create a new one, we're gonna take this in. Chatter name. It's gonna be a string. Let's also, because not everything is gonna have a chatter name, so let's make this an option string. Option string, and store that away. Chatter name. And I'm gonna make you public so that we can access you inside of the physics draw system there. So now that I've done that, we have to walk backwards until all of our errors are fixed to this. So missing structure, so clone for game object. When we clone this, we probably do want to put in the chatter name. Chatter name, self.chatter name. So that'll be a none or some. Okay. When we create the new game object, so this creates the flame instruction, this can be a none in here. Maybe you can color the fire with the color of the person who entered the command. That would be really interesting. I would need to figure out how to apply a color on top of an image that I already have. So that fire is just a PNG game asset that I have. I wonder if I can like have a mask of a color over it, which like may not work, because if somebody has like a really dark name, that's not gonna look right. I don't know, we can play around with it a little bit. All right, so we pass in for that. Then for you, we're creating the player. The player, we don't need one. Okay, then in our command, so we need to get the username out of here. Handle command, so let some command equals command. We're bringing this in. Okay, so our option command, we actually need to go take a look at our command. So we're getting the message string. We also are going to need the username. That's what normal maps are for, you think. I haven't actually played with like color very much in any of the games, so I don't know. I also don't know, like, would it not be a like just a color map? Would it be a shader instead? I don't really know like how shaders apply to either. I've never made one or used one. I've always I've only recently graduated from simple shapes with very simple colors to using images and sprites. So I'll probably eventually get there. Maybe not for this one, but like that's a really good idea for me to like do some learning on. Okay, so we have the message. We also need the chat name. which we can have this be a stir. And then, okay, so fire. Okay, so if it's fire, I need to store that inside of, okay, so we have this enum. It's going to be like a U8. Let's also do just a full string inside of here. And so if command fire ID, and then we're going to take the chat name and to owned it to like convert that into like a full string and put that in there. Think a normal map is an image that is colored to show where color should be filled in and what brightness. A normal map gives information on the normals of the surface, i.e. the direction of reflection of light. So would that be where I want that, or would I just want like a texture? Isn't it also if stuff should be colorable? I don't know if my sprites can be colored properly unless I overlay maybe a texture on top of it. I don't know if you can apply textures to images though. Okay, so that gives us this fire, which is now a tuple of two things. Now, this is getting enough, like complicated enough that I'm wondering if I want to change this from a tuple to an anonymous struct, where we're going to have like an ID, which is an U8, and a, what is this? This is going to be the chat name, which is a string. And so then I can store, so fire, you're going to be ID and the chat name. That to owned, like that. You remember a game that does it that way, where everything is paintable. And it's probably the game engine, right, that can do that? Missing field chat name. Oh. Chat name, colon. There you go. All right, so that gives us this command fire. That, of course, adds some problems for us elsewhere, but we can just walk the errors until we fix them. So here we get fire, column U8. We also need to pass in the chat name. Oh, so this is handle command. Oh, command fire. Can I access out? You're not. You give us like this. Can I can't do chat name here. You won't figure that out. Do I have to do, you're gonna be the entire, like that anonymous struct. So that's gonna be like the chat. Or we could just shadow and just have like the new command. Or maybe info. I don't know. I might want to like actually create like a full struct for it so I can know what I want to name it. Recoloring sprites would be done via palette shifting or pixel shader or just CPU processing the image. No idea how the framework you're using would do it. GGEZ doesn't really give very much. So there is that. So fire, I need an ID and chat name. Would I give it like ID? Oh, do I need to give it something like this? ID chat name? Oh, is that how I get it out? Okay, so then we have ID coming out. You need to be, let's just change this. So let column, can I do like an as in here? I I think that's only with use statements. I don't think I can do like column. Oh, I can. That's how I can rename it. His ID is now column, and chat name is going to be just chat name. So then here, it's this chat name string. I'll just pass you into here. So some chat name. All right, so that makes you happy. All right, now in here we're in update. So match command new chat message. We need to pass in the chat name as well. Okay, so then this is gonna be the chat message dot display name. Found an enum option. Oh, right, because there's not always a display name. Let's fix that. Let's just use dot name. Yeah, you looked at it now. There's a texture called ASG that shows where a custom color should be applied. Ooh. And then I want you to be a reference like that, so we don't say ownership. Field name of struct chitchat wrapper chat message is private. So we need to come down here. And fix that. Okay, so in game object, clone self.chatter.name, cannot move out of here, which is behind a shared reference. Oh, I want to clone this. There we go. No errors. So now I should have the chat name when we get hit. So let's try this. Let's see if you could hit me, and hopefully I should get the message with the chat name of who hit me. There you go. Chatter name some Lord Mizd. So that's nice. Now your display name is slightly different because you have like a capital L and a capital MZTE. But not everyone has a display name because not everyone went through and like customized theirs. And that's why I have to do like that as an option. It would be really nice because I'm converting this to a string in a sum. You got to request the capitalization from the Twitch API, I think. Well, I think I'm getting, let's see, where is this? It's in the library. When we get the chat message, we're pasting this along. I really need to extract the chat message out here. So like if, okay, so let's do this like let chatter name equals, and then this is gonna be like one or the other. We're gonna figure it out. So this is gonna be if let some name equals, and really you're gonna be the display name, equals chat message dot display name. So you're an option, so I extract that out. So if there is a display name, return the display name. And let's go ahead and make this like a reference to that. Else, return chat message, it's gonna be a reference to chat message dot name. Semicolon this, and then we can now pass in chatter name. So we're going to get the display name if it exists. Otherwise, we're going to get just the name that you have. So let's try this and see what we get out of here. Display name, private field. Okay, well, we need to fix that. Chat message, display name, public view. Borrowed value does not live long enough. I'm borrowing it. Oh, it's dying. So borrowed stored here, dropped here while still borrowed. I should probably just turn this straight into a string, take ownership of it. So in our command, instead of the string like this, let's just take the string. Take ownership of the string. We don't need to do a .toOwned here. It just is. We then go back to the main library, and this can be, let's clone it. So we now have like our own strings. That way, if we need this message somewhere else, then we deal with that. You should also make color and subscriber pub. Yeah, I probably should. I was sort of like going through and like doing them as necessary, but you're probably right that we're going to need it eventually. Okay, now with that, then we don't need to pass in a reference to it. We just give it chatter owner, no errors. Let's try this. And let's see what we get when something falls on us and like what the name looks like. There we go. Take a look at that. Now we have the correct capitalization because you have this. You have the display name set to what you want it to be. So that's perfect. So the chatter name is here. Now in player physics, if I want to display who hit me, I need to send, let's see, player physics, where was that? Here's this, player hit object. So I have the game object with the chatter name in it. I need to extract out the chatter name, or just some default name, and then send that here. So let's create a constant for like what the default name. So constant default chatter name. So this is just in case like there is none. So it's gonna be you're a static stir. This is gonna be unknown player. Unknown player. I need to extract out what that name is. So let, we can do chatter name equals if let some game object dot okay, are you not? You not know what you are? Hold on, let's go to game objects. Your chatter name. Are you not public? Is that a problem? Oh, you're public. Chatter name. Oh wait, if let's hold on. Chatter name equals game object dot chatter name. There we go, like that. Do you need static for string literals? So if that's a good question. I do need to tell it what type it is. I don't think I can just do stir like that, can I? Yeah, it doesn't have a size known at compile time, and I certainly can't do a reference to it. Never mind, I can do a reference to it. Never mind, I thought I had to do like a static stir for those, but apparently I can just do a string slice. So, good call out. Okay, so now we have the chatter name here. If we have that, we want to return it. So this is just going to be the chatter name. And I'm okay with taking ownership here of it. Else, we're going to return the default chatter name. I guess it's gonna clone it for me if necessary. Oh, and we need to own this. And now I want to pass in the chatter name into our send here. Now, this is letting us know our sender doesn't expect us to get a string. So now we need to make sense of it. Well, it makes sense. You can't really take ownership of something that lives on read-only memory. Yeah, that's true. I wonder if like it... No, it should still store it in like the data or the assets or whatever part of the binary. So like, yeah, I don't know if it really matters what lifetime I give it. All right. I guess it's gonna lead the lifetime on its own. That's kind of what's gonna happen. A lesion. All right, so chatter name, we send this, which means we need to store the chatter name sender with a string here. And you come in with a string. All right, so you're okay there. With time to fix all of our errors. So the channels, we now expect these to be strings. So let's go ahead and fix that. So receive some player channel. You should be, let's see, you are expected that found a string. Oh, right, because up here, make you a string. Okay. No errors anymore. So now when I get this command and I update it, okay, so if we try evacuate, okay, so then you are going to be the chatter name coming out of here. So self-that game ended equals true. We also need to now we need to somehow let something like know and then display that to the screen of who won. So we can store that away. It's like the game ended is bool. So like the winning chatter. With this actually, would we probably want to be a winning player? This can be an option that's going to hold a string. So by default, it's a none. Now, if I do this, our game ended can become, we don't need a game ended anymore. Because as long as there's a winning, if there's no winning player, the game's not over yet. Raven Legend, you redeemed Ask a Technical Question. Is it possible to embed a complete .exe application or slash, like with the or.py? Is that and or both? Game into another application game, like a game within a game. Okay, so are you talking about, like, for example, in some of those I can't remember, like there's some AAA games in the past where you can go up to a like arcade game, and then there's a game in the game that you can go and play that, and like how you would make that other game. The answer is yes and no. You wouldn't probably create another .exe and have it like execute that automatically. I think that might be a security problem. Also, you would run into problems where now you're stuck on Windows, and if you want like cross compatibility, you'd need to like compile that game for like all sorts of different architectures or operating systems. But there's a much better solution out here. So there's a really cool game pattern. A storyline game which requires you to play a mini game to complete a mission. Yeah, so there's a really cool, it's bytecode. So this is what you probably want. This is maybe a little bit not as complex as needed for like what you're talking about, but it's really close to it. So what you want to do is essentially ship your game with a VM, a virtual machine, inside of it that can run the code for the game, the mini game that you're going to play. And so, for example, if you have, let's say you have like I don't know, an old NES game, and you have the rights to play that inside of your game, then you can take the entire source code for that, ship a virtual machine that can play that inside of your game, and then just load up that virtual machine and play that, and just pass through all of the user import and like the graphic stuff. So that's how you do it. So this is like, this comes close, but it's not exactly right. But it's the same. It's the general idea, which is you want to create a programming language, aka like a virtual machine inside of your game. It's it's kind of crazy and fun. We did like a very, very, very super basic one, but it's not. What I did on stream is nowhere near the complexity of what you're talking about. But yes, it's possible. And I think this is what like most of those big companies do. I'm going to... I need to make these slightly smaller so I can actually see you. There you go. Mark that as done. All right, what are we doing here? We have our winning player, which is an option. Chantilly, good morning. How's your Monday going? Which means we no longer need this game ended anymore. We can now just have this winning player is an option. So we're going to start with winning player is a none. Then in this if self game ended, this can become now a if let none equals self.game ended. Then we would just return okay. And this is winning player. It's going all right. Well, that sounds like a typical Monday response. I hope that it's better for you shortly or just throughout the day. Okay, so that handles that. And okay, so if we now get the chatter name, if the player hits us, we can now say self dot winning player equals a sum chatter name. And then what else? Oh, self dot. Okay, so if game is over, now we can pass in the chatter name. So self dot winning player. That becomes a none or a sum. So we need to go into interface draw here. So this is going to be a winning player name. You're going to be an option with a string. All right, so if let sum name equals winning player name, then we have this self.draw game over text, and then we need to create the name and like throw this in there. So we'll just pass it the name, and that will create the text for that. It will be every single frame, which is not ideal, but it's at the end of the game too. We're not really doing anything else, so we should have this plenty of cycles to spare for this. Let's see, Revan Legend. Is this book for Rust, or can the code within be used for Python and or JavaScript? Excellent question. You're talking about this book, right? So if we go to about the book, does it have... Let's see, where is it? Actually, don't remember where. Maybe it's in the introduction. The book is all of the examples are actually written in C++. So it's not Rust at all. It's not JavaScript. It's C++. But they're also like he specifically tries to remove all of the special C++ things that only C++ can do that like general programming can't do. So therefore, it is doable. You can definitely convert the C++ in your head to JavaScript and then do it. That being said, I went through so this learning game design patterns. I did a bunch of the exercises here. I think I put them in playgrounds. Like for example, we see the bytecode example. Here's some JavaScript stuff that I did to convert over. So if you want to use this as an example, there's a link to that, and you can sort of look at my JavaScript. You can look if you're familiar with C++, it should be easier for you, obviously. All right. We pass in the name. So this obviously makes the game over text a little bit upset. We want screen height. We also then want the name, which is a string. A string. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so now that we have our name here, let's create the text, and then we'll put it into the appropriate spot and draw it out. So that's going to be here. That mute winner equals text new. You're going to be just the name. Do I want that, or like I probably want something like format. One. Okay, so we create a new string, and based on like what this is, we put one in there. Let's go ahead and question mark semicolon u. That will make you happy. All right, so you winner. Let's go ahead and set our font. Font. We'll do default. I still don't have any like a font downloaded for this. And then our scale. Uniform. What are we doing for winner? It's like 150 or something like that. Let's do like 100.0. We want to set our bounds to be in the center. So winner dot set bounds. This is going to be a point to new. And then we're going to start with 0.0. No, it's going to be our width. So it's going to be our screen width. Screen height. And then our alignment, we want this to be align center. Okay, that sets our bounds. Is there anything else we need to set for this? I don't think so. All right, so then we're gonna draw it. Contracts are drawable as a reference to winner, and then our text. So draw params, new. Then I want to destination this, to new. I don't want it to go over any X, but I do want to shift it down by like half the screen probably. So let's do screen height divided by 2.0. All right, and then continue fixing all of our errors. So self.winning player, so interface, draw this. What are you upset about? Okay, the winning player name. Right, because this is an option. That's fine. Oh, did I put that in a... Oh, cannot move out of winning player. As ref. Okay, that works. Dot as ref. Now I need to set in the interface. Okay, so here's, oh, you know what? I need to just do this as an option string. That's all I need to do. I don't need to do this as ref. Okay, so now we have this here. So draw game over text. Oh, you know what? You should be a string. Up here. Here we're going to say if let sum name string equals winning player game. Okay, because you're an option string, you're fine. All right. So I guess we do need this to be an option reference to string. Like that. If let none reference to that. Let's also make you not make you take a stir. And then we'll make you do an as ref. Whoa. Dot as ref. No errors. Okay. Let's try this again. Now we should get the name of who dropped this Oh, that's not a good sign. It didn't give a game over, but it stuck. Well, the last thing we changed was in here, in the interface, so what happened? If let some name, then we draw the game over text and we pass in this stir. How good that get caught there. Interesting. Like, are you... Well, we know that it's drawing the game result. It's okay, are you drawing? Like, are you happening? Let's do like just a print line. Got here. Okay, so got here is happening over and over again. I'm doing exactly the opposite of what I want to do. I think in our update, where's my update? Update in library. If let none is this, I don't want to return okay. If let some, and I don't really care. If we have a winning player, we're done. Just stop it. It's if let none continue on. That was my problem. I'm checking the opposite. All right, so now we can play. All right, let's see if you hit me, I should display your name up on top of here. There we go. Raven Legend 4661. That's pretty good. I like it. We can potentially color this in your colors. Why not color the name in the game overview screen? That's yeah. I think we're thinking about the same thing here. I think we want to color this with your colors if you have them set. So if I click on you, can I see your colors? No, I can't. I think I can see them behind the scenes though. So I need to also stop that got here. Player physics, where did I put that? Here it is. Maybe give the font a background with the inverse of the name color so it's always readable. Chat can change their color. I was thinking about, because like all I get right now is the color of the chatter, not the chat message, if that makes sense. And I think that might be a limitation of the chat library that I'm using, the Twitch chat. Let's see. Well, the chat message is either white or if me is used, the color of the name. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought like you could set the chat message to be like just any color whatsoever. So hold on. If I say like test message, and if I do /me, color your message based on, oh, okay, test message. Oh, okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's how Bear Doodle has been doing that. Um, okay, so I do have access to the color. We changed that recently, so we can see here is the color RGB. So we can get that here. Let's see. In our main library, where am I gonna grab that? When I create the chat, the command, player physics, the game object. Okay, so in the game object, we're also gonna need, so let's move backwards from this. In the interface, when we draw out this game objects, draw game over text, we're gonna need the color of that. So what about the background color? Right now I have that as black, and that just alpha'd. I don't know if I need a background color for this to figure out. Let's do this and see like how often people have names that just aren't readable. And I might just accept just a very like rare case of somebody setting their name to be black to be, well, just you can't read it on my chat, and therefore I can't read it in the game. That might be something I accept. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so draw game over text. What do I want to put? You mean only behind the user text? Actually, you can probably set that in the builder for that text. Oh, the color, their color actually is like a square rectangle behind their chat name? Or I don't know. I was thinking like maybe having their, like this one would be their color. Either way, it could work. So we need, in draw game over text, we need to store their color. So this is going to be like the chatter color, which is going to have to be a color like that. Or we want this to be an RGB like this, U8, U8, U8. So if I do that, would the color of the name update if they chose to update the color of their name? Kind of. I am going to be passing in with every single new object. So you can change your name plenty of times, but as soon as you do the fire command, then it's set for that fire command right there. If you win with that command, you're going to get the color that you were when you set that. I meant maybe you can do something like winner.setBackground if that function exists to set the background to the opposite of the name color. Oh, so instead of like the black background with an alpha, it becomes like that color background. I don't know. I'm trying to imagine that. Like you have red. I have red. I have green. I don't know. So Lord Mist, I don't know if I like that, mainly because I don't want like big giant color in my face. We can play with it, sort of see what we want. I'm going to try first of just coloring the username, because in my mind, I feel that that's going to look really nice. And Raven, I'm going to set it as a random variable where it changes each time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to store it in the game object that falls down. So every time, yeah, you meant the username too. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like the full background thing. You mean like a rectangle around the text and like have that be a background with white in front of it? That might, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of like those background like colors. I kind of like these, like where you just have words that are colored instead of that. I don't know. I've always felt that was ugly in Microsoft Word. And I rarely use it myself. I'm going to start with this. And we're going to see what it looks like. We're going to keep that Lord Mista in our back pocket in case this doesn't work out and I want to like, then we can try that next. Okay, so we get our chatter color in our graphics draw params. We have this dot dest and then a dot color, color from RGB, and then it's these 3 U8s. So that's going to be our chatter color dot 0, chatter color dot 1, chatter color dot 2. All right, so that should give it the color. Yeah, true. I just mean in case the user has a color that isn't readable in the game, by setting the background to the opposite of the color, a contrast is guaranteed. Oh, absolutely, yes. That would definitely work. I don't know. Let's see how often it's a problem. Black is really good with having like most things pop out, even if somebody sets like to gray, unless like that should still work. Yeah, I think it's mostly going to be if like set like a black background. In which case, maybe, yeah, we'll see. We will see. Okay, so that's the interface now. But of course, because of that, we now need to fix all of our errors. We need to like walk backwards. So in order to pass the chatter color in, here, so if some name string, we need player name. Okay, so we need like the chatter color and just pass that straight on through. Like that. So we know that needs to be a tuple of U8s. So okay, winner player name, that's coming from our player physics. So you are going to be our string and U8, U8, U8. I noticed that you just changed yourself to gray, so we're going to see how that looks. Okay. Unexpected type argument. Can I not do that? Oh, I can only send one thing. That's right. Okay. I need to create a struct to store all this information that we need. It's actually complete black if you get it from the API, as you can see in a drop game where the ball is completely invisible on the black background. Interesting. Did you set yours to black or to gray? It's gray on my screen right now. And I don't know how I can like see your color. Everybody, I'm gonna take a really quick break. I need to go down and get some water and maybe stretch. Since I've been streaming for 2 hours. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be back in about a couple minutes. It's only gray because chat makes it later if it's really dark, but the API response is complete black. Okay, so you set it to like 000. We can handle that. We can check to see if it's black and like change our color. So let me go ahead, switch over to a quick break screen. I'll be back, everyone, in just a few minutes. Oh, I forgot to turn the music back on. Let's fix that. All right, I'll see you in a few. I'm back. Let's see, did I miss anything? A lot of drops. I assume about one of the drops. I missed a bunch. All right. Also, it looks like it's a nice. Oh, I should be pointing over here. It looks like it's a nice stack that y'all have now. Okay, so you know what? Before I continue, I'm going to switch over to standing mode. I've been sitting down a lot. All right, so let's continue. I'm glad that the game is fun. I sometimes go back and forth on if it's too hard to play. It generally it is something that's interesting. When I started making it move, I thought that wouldn't increase the difficulty by as much as it actually ended up doing so. All right, first up, my green drink. You never realized Bang Drop was a game. You always wondered why there was a red dot underneath my chat. Oh yeah, because like in my, for example, in my starting soon screen, I have the entire type drop to play, but I don't put anything like that over here. Although now I've been experimenting with changing around like the overlays, and this, like, my editor fills up my entire screen right now, but there is like that spot down here below my mouse or above here. I could use that space to put in like, oh, do drop to like, drop, play the game. It could be a plane which drops crates with parachutes. That is also like an interesting idea. Now that I don't know if I have a plane in my asset library. That would be fun. All right, so where were we with this? We're grabbing our oh right, because we can only put a single type inside of the player hit object here, which means I need to create that ourselves. So we have like the physics here. We have a command. We're in. There's really like the events. So we really care about like a player information. What do I want to call this? Like because it's really kind of separate. So like maybe this is just like the player, like player info. Or this is a chatter. It's a chatter. Okay, so chatter.rs. Go into main library and mod it. What do we really care about right now? We care about their name, which is a string, and we care about the color, which we can now make. We could just put the color in here and just do like red is a U8, green is a U8, blue, which is a U8, like that. Impl chatter. So we're going to take in their name, which is a string, and we're going to take in, I guess here we can just extract out red, green, blue from U8, U8, U8. Okay, so that gives us this entire thing, and then in the main library, we can use it. And then now we can sort of go back into our player physics, grab it out of here. And we're gonna have a sender that we send chatter. Okay, so here we go. We get the name. We have the color in the game object too. Here's the send chatter name. So I really want to do a chatter new. Okay, so name is going to be the chatter name. That's a string, so we're just handing it over to it. And then the chatter color, so game object dot no field on that. Okay, so game object we're also gonna have to store the chatter color. I wonder if I should set this so like you're gonna be U8s, a triplet of U8s. I wonder if I should set this to just be white to begin with, or we really should do this as an option. Let's do this as an option. Like that. Okay, so chatter color comes in here. We'll take ownership of that and throw this in here. And yeah, you're public since we need that. Okay, so then you're fine. Oh, and down here for cloning, we'll clone you, and so that will be part of the clone when we do like the shallow clone. Now every time we did a game object, we need to pass in a chatter color. Okay, so let sum equals chatter color. Okay, so now we have this U8 here. Chatter color is going to be a sum as well. So let's extract that out. So in draw, we're going to have to bring in the chatter color. This is really the winning. This is an interface. This is the winning player color. Now we can just say that there's always a color we pass in, but I really think that we should just pass in an option for this. U8, U8, U8. I wonder if I can just pass in like the what do we call it? The chatter. Because that's going to have the name and it's going to have the color. And then it would be an option. Oh, interesting. That might be good. Let's go back to our main library and take a look at this. So we have the winning player is an option that holds a string. What if we do this as it holds a chatter instead? So then down here, where we use that, winning player is none. Okay, so that's fine. It's like fix these errors one by one. And maybe we need to go backwards. So like when we display this to the screen in the interface, in draw, we're going to get a winning player, which is going to be an option of a, we need to bring it in. A chatter. Okay, so we're going to get the chatter here, and then we don't need to do this entire chatter color. We're going to always set it. We're always going to have some color when we set that. Okay, so if let sum, this is going to be the chatter equals winning player. Then self.draw game over text. This is going to be we can just pass in the chatter now. Which means draw game over text. You don't bring in chatter color and a name. You bring in a chatter, which is a chatter. How long have I been a coder? Let's see. I started working as a systems administrator in 2006. And as part of systems administration is building scripts, automation tools, little things like that. And so I guess like my programming career, like pure software development, that started closer to like 2014. But I did do like coding stuff as early as 2006. So I guess like 14 years. And like I did learn C and Python and some other of those languages during my my systems administration time. All right, so we have our chatter coming here, which means this is going to be the chatter.name now. You're private, so we need to go into chatter and make you public for everything. Okay, so that makes you happy with this. And then our color, so color from RGB, this is now going to be chatter dot like red, for example, and you'll be green and you'll be blue. All right, so that makes that a lot cleaner. Now we just have to fix all of the problems in order to get this, over here. So I'm going to create a new game object. Now we have chatter name and chatter color. We should change game object to store a chatter. And you should be an option chatter. All right, so there's that. And then down here in game objects, when we clone this, you'll be chatter is self.chatter.clone. Okay, that just works. Nice. We need to bring that in. Chatter doesn't implement debug. Well, we can fix that. No method name for clone, so we need to now implement clone for chatter. Well, that's easy. We could just implement clone and copy. Maybe I don't need copy. Maybe clone is good enough. Okay. Expected a struct chatter, found a string. Okay, so here is our chatter. I have to be a chatter new. Now this is for the actual fire command, so we need the name, which is the chat name coming in here. And then the color of the chat. Now, all we have access to here is this command. So if I add in like the color, is like U8, U8, U8. Oh, I don't need to set the type. It's going to figure out the type automatically. So you're going to be color, like that. Now you're going to yell at me because obviously we're not implementing color inside of Fire. So let's go and do that. All right, so then we have their color, which means that when we create this, we need to add in our color, and we have our, which means we need to bring this in here. Now, if we have the chat name coming in here, and we have the color coming in here, I see no reason why we can't have this just be a chatter and essentially do that. And then if that's some commands, we care about the ID, but we also really just want this to be a chatter. Like that. So then that's going to make things a lot simpler. Okay, so when we create a Fire, you're now just going to be the chatter. In the drop game, how about an alien ship to replace the red dot? Ooh, I like that idea. If I find an alien ship in my assets, I can definitely use that and replace it. I'm going to make a note of that. Into my Trello over here. So where is this? Under stream improvement. We're gonna turn red dropper in drop game into a UFO. Alien ship. Alien ship or plane. All right. Added to the to-do list. Okay, so here when we're creating the Fire, we get the chatter out, and so then this is gonna be chatter sum, and then we can just pass in chatter. Now for you, where you match command new, so we have to now pass in a new chatter. So it's gonna be a chatter new. All right, so we have to pass in the name. We have the chatter name here. And then we have to pass in the color. And I think, let's see, do we have that? We have this color RGB. There you go, like that. Perfect, so that's going through. Mismatch types. Okay, so then we have so in our main library, when we're recving, this is assuming it's a string. So we now have to change our type here. So player hit object event, you're now going to be a chatter type. Expected struct chatter found struct string. Where are you setting that? Let's see. So I'm setting this to be a receiver chatter. Okay, so here's our, now this is assuming string here still. That's the wrong thing, although we're automatically getting that. So it should figure this out eventually, that I want this to be a receiver chatter. So the next thing is when I pass into the physics system, okay, you're a chatter there. Okay, so sender, you're gonna a chatter here. Okay, mismatch types. Expected a chatter. All right, so expected self.winning player. You can now be a self.chatter. No, self.winning player. Okay, so you are player physics. Right, so in the mod, we need to re-export this. So there's going to be mod, use super chatter. And that should fix that, so now like its children can find that. Okay, binary operation equal cannot be applied to type chatter. We need to derive this as part of chatter. So partial equal. How would a manual override of color affect the code? E.g., we can preset our color using color set red, even if our chatter color is different. So I would have to listen to the message and then like store that in some kind of a structure, and then I would have to just look up the color at the time of displaying it. That's how that would end up working. So I'd probably end up using something like a hash map or an object or dictionary, whichever terminology is familiar to you, and then I can put like your username, colon, essentially, and then the value would be the color that you're setting. And like maybe even when you set, like when you first play, I could store in what your current color is, and then you can overwrite it later. And if you don't have a color set, I'll just set it to white. This doesn't allow you to set it to be different than your chat name, which I think might actually help recognize you in chat. So I think I'm going to stay with this for right now. Okay, so no field chatter name on object because, let's see. We get the game object right. Okay, so we're no longer extracting chatter name. Now we're extracting chatter. And so that gives me the chatter. And I'm gonna extract the chatter here and chatter. So now we have this. Oh, I see. because chatter, now chatter always has a name. I don't know. Okay, so I need to handle, in the case like we do have a chatter that doesn't have a proper name. So I'll just create a default one. So this will be a chatter new. A name is going to be our default chatter name, to owned. And for a color, let's do like just normal white. Okay, so now we have a chatter no matter what. Then we pass player hit object, and we're going to pass in the chatter. No, I want to pass in the chatter. There it goes. That passes in that chatter, and that makes it happy. Oh, cannot move out of self-winning player, which is behind a mutable reference. So this is an interface. We draw this. I guess I don't really want to move it out of it. I want to give it a reference to it, which means that in its draw, I want to take in a winning player, a reference to chatter. I don't really need to own it. I mean, I could clone it too if necessary. You're not that. You're gonna be dot as ref. That'll make you happy. Okay, so then in you, if some chatter equals this, chatter is a reference. So then draw game over text. You're a reference to the chatter. That's no errors. Okay. Does this just work? That's a big enough refactor that I have no idea if this is going to work or not, or like what we're supposed to do extra to it. So let's try this and see what happens when we do a drop. Hey, look at that. Raven Legend 4661 with green text. I like it. It looks good. All right. So this puts you right in the center right here. Just saying like, hey, you won with your color. And that is that. Now, if we come back to our README, display who won. Got it. Display who participated. So this is something I also want to do that I want to encourage that you all work together on this. And yes, like there will be one person who gets like the killing blow and your name can be like nice and big, but everyone who sort of worked together to sort of like maybe even herd me in a certain direction to get caught, we're gonna have to, we want to give you credit for that as well. So what does that mean? That means in the interface here, I want to draw not only who won in big, I want to have a, so this is gonna be like the winner is a chatter. So let's actually change this. This is gonna be I already have a winner. Equals to that. Oh, but I shadow it here. Oh, I shadow it here, but it needs to also be out here. So hold on. So if I do that, then I want you to be like the winner text. Like that. Okay. That should make you all happy. That still will work. What this really means is I want not just winner, I want all the like supporters is going to be a vector of chatters. And I don't know if I need this can be probably a reference to this. Watching Mr. Robot in the making. I never watched more than a few episodes of Mr. Robot. It was too stressful for me. Like, I guess like I was having so much stress in the day at the time. And like in some cases, like still having a lot of stress during the day just because of all the fun COVID stuff going on that I just couldn't handle it. It was making me stressed out. So you're going to be a vec of chatter. And then I can loop through all of these and then draw out. So I could put this in here. Let's like try that for right now. We'll do a for supporter in supporters. That gives us that. Noticing all his mistakes in his coding, he's not on your level. So he's more of like a systems administrator. So back then I would make those like same mistakes. I didn't really know as much about like how to do clean code. Like I didn't study any of that until I became a software developer. Until then, it was very scrappy type of development. Sort of like just get it done. That being said, yeah, he has a lot of bad habits. He got it done though, whatever it works. Yeah, he has to memorize every single like weird command thing for his like one hack tool to rule them all. Okay, so we have a supporter that's chatter. We need to essentially do this entire thing multiple times now. So we need to create the supporter text. So step 1, become software developer. Step 2, learn coding. In a way, that's kind of how it works. And then step 2 through infinity is actually just repeat learn coding forever. Okay, so let's supporter text, and we're gonna want to make this mutable so we can change it just a little bit. Equals, let's do text new. We probably want like a supported by as well. It's like let supported by text equals text new supported by let's make you mutable, and then we'll do this entire thing to it. Our font, so uniform, let's make this like 50, and the other ones can be maybe 75. Okay, so winner text, set bounds. Let's then, so that will be the entire screen width. Do I want this to be center in the middle of the screen? I kind of don't. I don't even think I need to set the bounds on this. This could be left aligned with whatever the width is. Now I could like potentially make columns in case we get tons of people dropping with this. In which case we're gonna have to figure out what we, let's do that. So center, and then we'll just have like all the text like with commas, and they'll just wrap around and go down. Okay, I think that'll work. Would you rather it be static or an animation? I don't know. Like my initial thought was just static. Of like just a list of people. I could do like an animation of like moving to the side or moving down. That would be interesting too. The math of figuring this out. So let's. We haven't done this today. It's whiteboard time. I need to close the windows so you can actually see the whiteboard. Not really close the windows. Just the shades. All right, that should look better now, right? Yeah. All right, so we have our entire window here. We have, like, for example, Raven 1, game over. My initial thought here, unless you create a separate code which tracks all the current players and or a leaderboard, then embed them into an overlay. So my initial thought for this is I'm going to track them into, everybody who like participates goes into like a vector. And then I could probably like strip out the winner, they get the top billing, and then everyone else here can sort of like, you know, we'll have Chantilly, we could see who else is in chat here. We can have Bootsby. That would be just a list here, so on and so forth. If I run out of this space, I could then potentially go and do 3 columns like that. The problem that I see, and maybe this isn't a problem right now, we should wait until it becomes a problem. I can only handle so many names, obviously. But this allows me to do colors. So I can have everybody's name in their own color. You know, if I ignore the colors part, I could switch this to be like just Chantilly, Bootsby, and then this keeps on repeating down like that, and I get a lot more room, and I can put a lot more names in, and the math for figuring out the columns just becomes really easy. So let me try maybe this first. White text, we don't care about the names. It's just going to be the array of names, or a vector of names, really. An animation where the names randomly appear across the screen, where they're behind the game overlay, but in front of the game, that would eliminate number of names issued. Yeah, that would. So if I have, let's say, say we do supported by, and then let's get another color. So then that means like we'll have Chantilly. Food speed. Somebody else like that. Probably make their text a little bit smaller, and just it'll appear. It'll just appear, and maybe I can just have them all appear in random locations below this line. And if there's a ton of people, if like we really need to get more room, I could shift everything up, have the game over start up there, and then basically give myself 3/4 of the screen real estate. That might work out. I like that idea. Yes, the animation will continue until the names run out, or force stop. How about collaborators instead of supported by? Yes, I like that. Or teammates. Ooh, I like it, teammates. Okay, so let's do that. So switch back to the main screen. Let's change this from supporters to teammates. Oh, right, that was only in draw here. Where are we looking at? Where's our error? Okay, we have winning player. We have teammates. It's a vec of chatters. And so we can give ownership of this. Maybe. I don't know if we can give like full ownership of this. We're gonna have to give a reference to the vector of chatters and deal with that. Because this is gonna have to be owned by like the main program, but we're also gonna have to track ourselves the last index of like the who's drawn it. So we're gonna have to last teammate drawn is gonna be a usize, and that's gonna be last teammate ID. Or really index. And so we're gonna start you with 0. Okay, so we're gonna get teammates, which is a vector of chatters. So we have our winner, and then over here we have the teammates. We're gonna pass that in. Now you're upset because, oh no, we were already expecting just a reference to that, so that's fine. In draw, game over text. Yeah, so this is becoming teammates is a reference to a vector of chatters. Right, so this is going to be teammates text is with team with teammates. So teammates text. So you're gonna be at like 50. We'll set your bounds that you're in the center. For supporter and supporters. Okay, so then we need to draw out that. So graphics, draw, context, the teammates text. Okay, and then our draw params. And we do need to give it a destination. So it's in the middle, but we need to drop it down a certain amount. So nothing on the X, but we need probably a little bit more than the middle. So what is it? The screen height divided by 2.0 plus some arbitrary amount like 50.0 down. Okay, so that gives us U. Now for teammate in teammates, now we have this reference to a chatter. We're gonna have the teammate name text is new. And I think we could just give teammate dot name. We'll just set our bounds and our font. So our bounds, we don't really care about that, but our font we do care about. And so maybe we can set this to like 75. So you're bigger than the title, but not as big as like the main winner. As a coding noob, you don't realize how much time and effort goes into coding what seems like a basic game until you actually watch them code it. Keep up the great effort. Well, thank you, Raven. Yeah, it is. It's actually one of the reasons why I suggest like games, like making simple arcade games, is a great way to learn programming because it's a domain that you don't have to like figure out what the game is. Like the gameplay is already there for you. All you have to do is implement all of the things. There is some math to deal with, but for the most part, it's like learning architecture so that way when you code yourself into a corner, you know how to get out of that corner too. And like you just learn all sorts of things from it. So yeah. It's also the reason why like I've been very shy from trying to create like larger games. Like watching Mr. Halsey or Uru. I always forget the last part of his name. They've been coding for like a year on their game, and like Mr. Halsey now has islands displaying, and there's still a lot more for them to go. And that dedication is something like I really look like up to them because like they have that ability. Game engine helps. Yeah, they have a game engine that does a lot more for them. Although, you know, that's not completely true. Uro uses GGEZ, just like me. Although he's customized it a lot more than I have. But Mr. Halsey is using Godot with Rust. All right. So we set the font for this. We want also... you got to learn how to use the game engine too. Yeah, and I think that's like, you know, Mr. Halsey is also using, both of them are really using it to learn the language. So like there is that as well. Okay. Teammate name, text, set font. We have that now. Now we need to display it. So we need to do our graphics. So graphics draw, pass it in context. The drawable is the teammate name text, and then draw param. Okay, so there's gonna be two parts of this. I'll just do this on this line. That'll be fine. Okay, so we want the color to be set. We have that as part of the teammate. So we're gonna do color new teammate dot red teammate dot green teammate dot blue. Okay, then after that we're gonna have a destination. Destination, which takes in a new point 2. And so here's where I want any random point within basically an X and Y below the line of the supported by. So I need to bring in rand. So for those of you who are new to Rust, rand, or generally random numbers, is not part of the standard library. We have to pull that in from a crate. So time to do that. Cargo add rand. And here in interface, we go up to the top. Now, if we're only needing random here, we can initialize it here. So use rand prelude star. So bring in everything we need for rand. And let's go ahead and in draw game over text, we're gonna set this up right here. So let RNG equals thread RNG. Is it default? No, it's thread RNG, like that. We also need this to be mutable. And there we go. We have RNG that we can now use to generate random numbers. So here in our destination, if I just do this between the entire screen, we can see how this is going to look. So we want graphics. Let's see, new. This is going to be a point. So then the X and the Y. So for the X, we're going to do rng.gen range between, let's do like the full screen to begin with. So I guess that's actually that to you. 0.0 for the X start, and then this is going to be the screen width. And then the Y is going to be rng.genRange 0.0 and screen height. And then question mark, semicolon. This function takes 4 colors, but 3, so we want it to be 255 for the alpha. Oh, I don't want this to be, this needs to be from RGB. That's what it is. There we go. 4 errors, but I think we're now drawing out all the names. So obviously we don't have the teammates, so we need to fix that. But let's go back through and fix all these problems here. So in self the interface.draw, we need to pass in the teammates. And it's really going to be a reference to self.teammates. Now, of course, we don't have a teammates here. So let's fix that. All right, so we're going to have a vec of chatters is the teammates. Okay, so let's go ahead and start us off by having no teammates, empty vector. Then every time we receive a message, actually let's go through here first. Text cannot move out of teammate.name, which is behind a shared reference. I don't want to move out of you. I should be able to give you a reference and you should be happy with that. Oh no, you need a string. Okay, so then we need to .to on that. Raven Legend, you're off. Catch you later. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you have a great rest of your day. All right, so we're happy here. Everything should still be working, but nothing is going to be drawn out because we're obviously not, well, obviously nobody is, we're not adding to the teammates. So every time in the main library, in updates, when we receive a chat message, we throw in a command. We create a new chat command, we hand it the message, and we hand it the chatter. Now, this is basically in the chatter, not chatter, in the command. We're determining what command this is. So we get that out of here. Okay, so OK command. We then handle that command. Okay, so let's go to handle command. We take in the command. Now we know that this must be a command here. And so this is where we create the fire. And it can't be anything else. It has to be one of these. So we can, at the end of all of this, if that's some command, so let's match. After our match, we can now add in, like push the chatter. Do we have the chatter here? We do. There's a chatter right here. We might need to push them in at this point. It's like we have self.gameObjects.push. I want to do self.teammates.push chatter as well. Now I gave ownership, use a move value chatter, because we gave ownership to you. So I need to clone you, so that way I can have a copy in here too. So let's now play it. Let's see if everyone who participates. I don't need to add rand again. Run. If everyone who participates shows up. So I can do one of these, but I need somebody else to do some too. So if I do fire 1. Nope, that didn't do it. There it goes. Now I'm going to try to, if somebody else does 1, 2. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because if I win on my own, then it'll still show mine because I'm not filtering that out yet. And it's everyone else. So I'll go ahead and win this one. That's maybe not exactly what we wanted. Every single frame, it's going onto the system, and it's kind of a little bit crazy. You like it? It's a little bit too much. Also, we need to bring, yeah, pretty distracting. I need to bring teammates down. So let's like shift everything up a little bit. So I'm gonna move this over to the side so I can reference it. In our interface. So game over. Let's see. Draw game over text. We're scaling the game over text by 200 down. Let's do like 50 down. So it's not like complete top, but it's closed. No, this is not my intention. I forgot that it's running this every frame. But like this, it's technically working. Okay, so winner text with that. Winner text, so scale uniform, draw destination, so screen height divided by 2. Let's, instead of that, we're gonna bring this down to like, maybe this goes down to 200. Then we have the with teammates. We want you to go to like 250. And then with you, we're gonna start you from not 0.0, but, well, okay, screen width is, yes, that's correct. But I want you to be 250.0 down to the bottom. And so that should like put it in the correct spot. All right, so let's try that again and see if like, it's still gonna get the flashiness, but at least the position should be correct. So, do fire 9. Okay. Now, okay, we get both of you, and the randomness is only happening right here. We do need to bring teammates down a little bit more. Okay, so you need to go down by like at least 50 more pixels. Probably need to bring you down to like, say like 500.0. And teammates text, gonna bring you down to like 400. That should make that a lot happier. Then, okay, so I want to strip out the name of the person who won. Maybe to begin with, let's like make sure it'll be easier if we have like multiple people in there. So I'm not gonna strip out who won. We want to, every like X seconds, but pretty fast too. So maybe every X ticks too. Or we want to then display the next name and increment the index for this. Now we have our ID of like the last teammate index drawn. We need the draw at. Is that true? Maybe not. We need like draw every. Draw teammate every, which is going to be a duration. So we don't have a duration, so let's bring that in. And then we can get like a start drawing. So like draw the teammate every X seconds. So let's say like every one second or half a second. And then how do I know when it's over? Well, the index will be out. We'll have run out of teammates. Draw teammate every. Let's figure out how I want to use this. Draw teammate every is going to be a duration from milliseconds. Let's do every like 500 milliseconds, so half a second. Then in the draw game over text. So instead of a loop for this, we're going to grab, so teammate, it's going to be teammates of position self dot last teammate index draw. And then after this, we'll have to have like an else, like, hey, if we're done. Oh, that's interesting because we need the to track where they are with it. I wonder if I need another data structure to store like the location of where I want like the teammate name to be. Because we're clearing this screen every time that we finish a loop through here. Well, there's an easier way to fix this. I don't know if it's a good idea. But down here in draw, like for the main game, we could clear it only if there's no winner. So if let sum, we don't care who the winner is, self dot winning player. Actually, it's not if there's none. So if let none equals winning player. So if there's no winner, go ahead and clear the screen every frame. Otherwise, stop clearing the screen. And so if I just do this on its own without anything else, that's going to, like, we're going to get tons and tons of names in here. So because of that, when we draw the winning text, I don't need to like worry about drawing all the previous ones too. We just draw the next one and the next one and the next one. So we're going to grab the last teammate text down. We're going to increment that. Last teammate text drawn plus equals to 1. which means also if we've drawn the last, like everything's drawn over itself, that should be fine. Like we do only need to draw it once, but okay. As soon as we're done with this, we don't need to draw anything anymore. So here's our function draw game over text. We do that. Oh, that mask is going to get darker. So because I'm doing that draw only once. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea. I think that's a bad idea. Let's not do this. Let's instead figure out how to loop through what we really need to loop through here. So I'm going to have this loop still here. Okay, so we have the duration every 500 milliseconds. So for teammates so let's actually do this for index in, this is really going to be a teammates index. In 0 ... the last, it's like self dot last teammate index drawn, and we want this to include this number, so through 0 through this inclusively, then teammate teammates of teammates index. Grab that text out. We can actually just grab a teammate out of here. So and I do want to borrow this so I don't own the chatter, and so then we can go back to teammate dot name. Okay, so extract that out. That's all fine. Instead of teammate, how about bystanders? No, because I want you to like work together, so you're teammates. All right, so we've now extracted that out, and we're gonna draw them out. We do need to increment our last teammate drawn. So that's going to be dependent on, so if self.last teammate index drawn, if that's now equal to, so because we're going inclusive with this, we need to make sure that this is we could just change this. Let's figure out how to change this so it's not equal. So that way, if last equals is teammates dot length, and it really is if we're less than teammates dot length, then self dot last teammate index drawn plus equals to 1. So increment that. So we're slowly going over and over and over again. Cannot self, which is behind. Okay, so then in you, we need to change you to a mute self. And then you'll be happy. So up here, you need to be a mute self. No errors. Let's see if this works. That did not work. So we're still getting the flashies. Let's see. How did I win? I ran into your fire. That's how. Because you could see our character there. This is looking a lot better. You always win. Okay, so what do we want to do about the flashies? I need to store their location. You have the winner mindset, sorta. No, that's a good mindset to have. It's good to have. Okay. We need to store the locations of where they're going to be drawn. So that way we draw them in the same location every single time. Otherwise we get the flashies. And the flashies are not nice. So here's the problem. We need to figure out where they're going to be drawn, and not do the range at this time, but do them one time and store them somewhere else. Okay, so we have all of our teammates. I don't like, it doesn't make sense to me that like the chatter includes like the location of like where we want to go. I feel that I'm going to want to create another array and store it, another vector and store it inside of here. So let's do teammate locations is going to be a vec of 0.2 F32. So teammate locations. Okay, empty vector goes in there. Now, when we start drawing out our game over text, we need to figure out, like we need to, we're going to increment our last teammate index drawn, and at that time, set a new location for it. So that way we have the vectors are exactly the same length all the time. And so this is where we really need to, last teammate index drawn is probably incorrect. I need to change this. So what do I want to change it to? All the teammates in there, I want to, let's see, it starts at 0, obviously. This is going to be the index that I want to loop through and draw. So maybe this is going to be like the count, and then I can just do it like a -1. Like teammates count. Still going to be a U size. And we're going to start with 0. So there's our teammates count there. So that's fine there. And our draw game over text, now we can make this at the top. Okay, so if self.teammates count is less than the teammates.length, then increment this by 1. Eventually, I'm going to want to have a -1 here because I want the teammates to filter out the winner and remove that, so scrub the winner from it. Harold Guri, good morning. Bang project didn't work, huh? Oh, give me a second. My chat bot crashed, and I forgot to fix it. I need to SSH into my server and fix that really quickly. Bear Duda is raiding with a party of 4. Welcome, 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 Bear Duda, and thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you working on? Numbers dip so much pre-raid. That does sometimes happen. I've noticed that. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Welcome all of you. How was everything? Let's see. Accidentally close that. I want. You're working on the crate toggle bit you are working on. Oh right, the pub sub for Twitch events. How's that coming? Are you getting closer to being able to like publish it? Most of you are factoring because you got a little overzealous with application type features in a library. Making it more appropriate library. Oh, nice. That's always good. Okay, SSH'd into the chatbot server, and then I need to sudo. Okay. So I need to sudo. What is it? Oh, supervisor D. No, control. Oh, need to. Okay, so we're gonna restart the chatbot. Starts and restarts. So then we can do ping, and that works. So now we can go back to project. And there we go. The tail end of your stream was definitely the boring stuff. So no biggie. Yeah, that tends to happen. All right, so we're doing some pretty cool things here. What was I working on? Oh right, so for everyone who came in with Bear Duda, we're building a chat versus streamer game. So the idea is that it's going to be me versus all of you. No, I'm off today. No wonder we're still on. Yep, Labor Day in the U.S. So this technically says it can run. So here we go. So here I can move around. You can do like fire. Right now, only fire, and then one of these columns is possible. And then my job is to try to avoid you all. And Bear attempts to constantly try to Bear tries to constantly fix, like, break my stuff, but that's fine. And then my job is to try to avoid this, but then when I get hit, we're gonna see who won the game, and then we want to have the teammates for this. So I have right now, we're displaying out who won with the teammates here, but maybe it's just a little bit, yeah, not the best. So that's what we're working on right now, is make it a little bit less flashy. So we need some way to store, and so I'm creating an array, a vector of the teammate locations of where to put that in there. It's set to be as 0 to begin with. And so right away, okay, so if the teammates count, the dot length is less than 1. Okay, so then we increment the teammates count so that we have like, you know, one of them in there. And then let's also at this point in time create a location for where that teammate is going to go. So we're going to say self dot teammate locations dot push point to new. And then here we're going to do our RNG stuff. So let's move you up. And we're doing this every single frame here, so we might as well just do this only when we need it. We're going to do 0 through the end minus like whatever the text width is. We could figure out what that is, but let's just go ahead and say that it's like the screen width minus, I don't know, 100 pixels. And then the Y is going to be, hold on, I want you to be an rng.gen range. And you hold that. Okay, so then the Y is going to be an RNG gen range. Grab me your lasagna. BBIAF. I don't know that. But you're switching to lurking mode. All right, no problem. We love lurkers here. So have a good dinner. Or lunch. It's special. It's not that special. I've been experimenting with some badges. I don't have like too many of them yet, and I haven't created any for subscribers. Actually, that's emotes I'm thinking of. Badges. Can you even set a badge for a subscriber, or is that just emotes? I don't remember anymore. You do have to do something in order to get the badge. I don't know. I could click your under chat and edit your identity. If Lord Mist, if you can't see it under there, let me know and I'll let you know. It's not a VIP only. It's not VIP only. It's you do have to do something though in order to get it. All right, so orange, gen range for Y. We're going like 400 or maybe like 500 down for the Y, and then I want screen height minus like, I don't know, 50.0. So then we push that in. And so now down here in our destination, what we want to do is do the teammates index for the location as well for this. And in fact, I want just 0.2 to grab it straight from here. So the dest is going to be self dot teammate locations of teammates index. Yeah, identity only has the prime badge but nothing else. Okay, so I'll give the full answer for it. You have to spend. I put a bit. It's a bit badge. So if you spend 1 bit, you get access to that badge. And apparently Twitch gives me the ability to like put those across like, I don't know, like 10,000 bits, 100,000 bits. Like there's such a huge list of potential ones. So yeah, if you spend a single bit, if you have 0 bits, I think that you can get a free bits by watching an advertisement. But of course, if you have like advertisements off, so you block those, then that obviously wouldn't work. It doesn't show right here. It doesn't say like, hey, bit badge. It just shows the badge that I have. Okay, so that dest with that. Is this just gonna work? Let's find out. All right, so if you don't realize that Rust 1 is a bit notation, then you'll never notice. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so I wonder how many times you're going to show up here. You're probably going to show up multiple times. Let's die. Yeah, okay. You show up multiple times, but it's no longer flashing. So we win. Like that's a good thing. What I do want to do is when I add you as a teammate in to remove out. All right, switching to lurking mode. Awesome to have you here. And have a great lunch or dinner or food. I guess it could be breakfast. Be an odd breakfast, but okay. When I add, that comes here in the library. Where do I push in? Here it is. Select the teammates that push chatter. We need to verify that the teammates isn't already in there. And if it is, then we don't push. If it's not, we push in. Is there like a, let's see, there's a contains. Returns true if the slice contains an element with a given value. I was wondering if there's like a like an insert or, like if like there's not one, I can insert. And there's so many different vector methods, but I didn't see anything that looks like it would do that. So we can have a contains. Okay, so we could just use this. So contains a chatter. So we'll have to do like a reference to that. So if not, so if there's no container, then go ahead and push the chatter in. Now partial equal, oh, I already have that, so that's gonna work. So now bear can't be in there multiple times when we add this in. Let's go ahead and try this out. And I should be able to test this on my own too, since bear is eating. Let's do, stop. Fire 9. Fire 1. Yeah, okay, so I only show up one time now, so not 2 times. So that's perfect. And then the last thing that I want to do is remove the winner from this list, which will be a retain, I think. And that should be pretty simple. So in our interface here, we'll get our teammates text. We could clone the teammates first. Or here, we could just not draw them. That watching ads for bits always says not available for you? Oh no! Yeah, I don't know. It works for me, and I wish there was a way I could transfer bits to people. Because, well, I can't share my own channel. Like, I was able to watch those and get that. If I figure out, like, I still need to figure out, like, ways to get other badges around. But I'll eventually get that. And then it'll be good. So, sorry about that, Lord Mist. It's US only, you believe? Oh. That's too bad. There's a lot of non-US. It's nonsense. Well, it's because, like, we, contrary to many people in this country's opinion, we are not the center of the universe. Although we are the center of the COVID universe, so there's that. Yeah, I remember now. I think I got it to work with a VPN later. Oh, okay. So you have to use a VPN just to watch the You have to use a VPN to watch an advertisement to get free internet money. Okay, so if I loop through here, I want. Let's see. This we're going to -1. So if self the teammates count is less than index length of -1. Now the reason for that is I want to skip Oh, you know what? I can leave this the same. We'll just skip if it's us. So like if the winner, and we have the winner text. We have the winner as a reference to chatter right here. So we can do if winner is equal to teammates of teammates index, then I want to continue. Just skip this one. And you, no implementation for reference, so let's dereference you. All right. So with that, let's try this again. And I should not show up if I put in multiple drops. So if I do fire like 9, fire 1. Yeah, with no teammates. So I went alone. You know, and I wonder like if I really need them to show in like over time. I think like I could definitely do that. But I think I might just skip this for right now. Draw teammate every duration. We don't really need it. And I'm okay with everything showing up right away. If we end up getting like tons and tons of people coming in, it might be helpful. But right now, I don't think I'd attract enough of an audience to like complicate it by adding the timing in. So let's see. this is working now. If any of you can give this a shot, then we'll have our list of more than one person. Let's see. What would be next in this? I think that would be done with this one. Oh, you know what I can do? I can log in as another user. Hold on, let me see if I can do that. Who am I logged in as? Oh, I'm logged in as the Brick Server bot. Perfect. So let's go to my... I'm not following even myself. That's cool. So then if I do fire 1, so there's that. And then fire like 5 for the win. With teammates, Rugzerker, perfect. Oh, game over. You showed up with no text because I haven't set the color. Did I not set that correctly? That was like black text. So player physics, when we create the game object, it's like chatter. Okay, so it's chatter when new. We have this red, green, blue. I wonder what that was. Let's go ahead and debug this. You used a VPN and it tells you reached your daily ad limit. What? But you haven't even... Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't think it was going to be that very limiting. I'll have to figure out something for... let's see. What badges can I give for other things? Let's see. Let's do fire 1. And let's see what your color is. Red, green, and blue is zeros. Okay, so if our color is 0, no worries. Yeah, I'll over time I'm going to figure out some other things to do. Obviously, like if there's no bits spent or whatever, I don't think Twitch allows me to do any things, but like I might be able to get some subscriber emotes going, and I think that we can then set it up so you can use your channel points to unlock a subscriber emote, which will help out. Okay, so we're 000. So what I probably want to do is in chatter here, check to see if red is equal to 0 and green is equal to 0 and blue is equal to 0. Let's just clamp these down to be, they're not mutable right now, are they? I don't think I can do like another let here. I probably can't do like, oh, red equals like 50. Green equals 50. Blue equals 50. Okay, so then I want you to be mutable. Cannot find value red in the scope. I was trying to like extract this out, but let's actually change this into like color. We won't make you mutable. Okay, so if, okay, we can do let red, green, blue equals, and then have an if statement here. So if red is this and so if all of these, then you need to be color dot 0. Color dot 1. Whoa, I had multiple cursors. I did not want that. Green. Color dot 2. Okay, so if that, then return a tuple of these. With no semicolon. All right, and you're just going to be 50, 50, 50. Else, we're going to return just whatever the color is, like that. And then, there we go. Yeah, we do need a comma. Okay. There we go. This makes it happier, and now so we just have a default color in there. Let's try this again. And if I do fire, oh my gosh, I had that muted. I had my own stream unmuted watching. That probably was causing weirdness. So let's see, fire 1. There we go, Brookcirker bot 1. It's, yeah, no, that's fairly easy to read. Perfect. All right, so that clamps it down, otherwise it keeps the original color. Excellent. And then we could go up to our README. Wrong README. Display who participated. That is done. That means we're now, game is over now if the player is hit by an entity spawned by chat. All right, perfect. Let's go ahead and send this all up to GitHub. Okay, so players get, I guess it's not player, chatters get credit for winning. And push that code up. All of you, that is available under Bang repo. And it's the first link in there. Back to this. Okay, so next, streamer can win. Let's go ahead and close all these tabs down to reset a little bit. Let's also maybe clean up some of these. What is this? Some of all these warnings. Get rid of them. Lord Mist, subscribe with tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much for that. I'm sorry I don't have any like flashy things showing up on the screen. I haven't set up any pub sub things in order to like catch those events and then do something with it. And I don't have like, what is it? Not Nightbot, but Streamlabs. I don't have like that set up to like do that for me. But that is going to be a future project where we're going to listen to the events and then do interesting things with it. And I would love to be able to do that with Rust if possible. But thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you again. And welcome to the subscription world. All right, let's figure out some of these warnings. Unused import, game result, okay? Most of these are gonna be easy to sort of handle. We're just, hey, we're not using this error. So unused variable error, so couldn't tell which column I dropped into. We don't even know what error this is. If you had to remove your PayPal account from Twitch because it wasn't working, you hate this? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and underscore this because we're not really using our error. Live until. Unused variable live until because we have live for. I can just do that for right now. I don't know if we need live until eventually. It's an option unknown because we're never using it. It's like, yeah. Okay, so this is, we have a result that must be used. So let's take a look. We have this update. Oh, thank you so much for the 10 cheer. Might as well get some bits too. Well, that means that the you can now get that Rust, the Rust logo cheer icon if you want it. And I think we can say that you are number one. All right, so we have this result, which is, oh, because it's nothing. So, right, because we have the error. So let's go ahead and handle the error here. Because this isn't a game object, let's use error, results. Results, like that. And that means I can question mark you. And then at the very bottom, we're gonna return okay, like that. Unused import, sender, receiver channel, and duration, okay. Unused variable screen height. So in draw title, we're not using the screen height with this anymore. Oh yeah, you got it, nice. We'll just underscore that. Title height is dimensions. We also aren't using that. We're not using screen height here. It's fine. Key code, we're not using you in the library. And we're not using input. Okay, so now in the main library, we have this update with a result that must be used. Okay, so what I want to do is get the error in the case it is. The black name is also not ideal for the drop game because of the black background. Yeah, that's true. We need to fix that. Did I put that as a to-do item? Let me make sure I have that as a to-do item. Yeah, I can move this over here. So I think I want to handle the color chat names being black in the drop game. There you go. Okay. There is a way to get this. I don't want... and then there's a way for me to get the error only, right? Is error... Oh, that just returns true if the result is error. That doesn't really help with anything. Converts from result to option. Returns result if the result is error. Returns the contained error value consuming the self value. This is what I want. Unwrap error. Well, wait a second. Penix the value isn't okay. No. I don't want to do that. I want the error if the... Okay, fine. I'll match it. Fine. Actually, no. I can do an if let. Error. I just wanted to get the error out in like a nice way without having to do this, but Okay, so we now have the error out of here, which is this report. We can now print this out to the screen. So we can do ePrintLine and just say error running update. Error. That's what I was trying to do, is like figure out how to like handle this error properly. In this case, we're just going to print it out to the screen at this library level. All right, constants never used, move speed. Okay, we can get rid of you then. Context. Oh, we never use it. Okay. Excellent. Wait a second. Hold on. Function physics. Oh, right. So if I remove it here, we have to also remove it from the mod here. And if I move it from there, physics, let's remove context. Move view also. Can I find value? Oh, we did need that. Okay, hold on. We do need context in here. I've got a little overzealous. So we need context in there. In item physics, I just need to underscore you because we don't use you. And in the library, okay, we're still passing you in. Excellent. There we go. Context back. Enum is never used. Player input. I guess I don't need you. Right. I think we're handling all this stuff elsewhere. Okay, so I can remove player input completely. Which means you get removed. No errors. If let is pretty much as tidy as you can get there. Yeah, that's definitely true. All right, let's try running this and seeing if after that entire big cleanup we're good to go. Excellent. We can move around. Let's do. All right, so you got there, and then I'll do another fire one. There we go. Chantilly won with teammates. Brookcirker, perfect. And Lord's Mist. So we see them both there, and we got the appropriate colors. You have, I think your color is set to black, but I'm changing that to gray. Excellent. The name could be a bit brighter. I could easily fix that. In the none of these. It's going to be in the command chat message. Wrong chat message. I want in the chatter here. We're setting this to like 50, 50, 50. I can do like 100. And that's gonna be gray. That's a lot brighter. You like the flashing effect for the teammates. If we could flash it, not as crazy. Yes. I could flash it, not as crazy. The question is like, is it really like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I can add it into the potential things to change. It's a nice visual. Yeah, I'm gonna add it into the README as like a maybe. Or like, how about this? Feature requests. Blink the teammates' names in the game over screen. Chantilly cake. You could just check if color is 000 right, but this is probably not a good solution because what if it's just really dark gray? I love it when you're in the middle of eating, you realize something you glossed over. Oh, in your own project? That happens so much. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm here in chatter, Lord Mist. I'm checking to see what color we have. Like if we're 0, and then do that. Now, what I could do is check to see if all the colors are the same as each other, and then if the color is like greater than that. But I think for run, I'm gonna keep it like this for right now. If you're set to black, I'll change that for you. If you're set to like just a really dark gray, just because, then it's like, ah, great. It's because most of your deserialization is from JSON to a struct. Oh wait, I was going to convert from one struct to another, but I had a cert JSON pulled in and not actually cert stuff you needed, because most of our deserialization is from JSON to struct. Okay, yeah, like that. I've noticed that they have like 2 different types of deserialization stuff in cert, and one of them makes it easier to work with than another. So that's great that you figured that out and you'll be able to go in and make changes to that. All right. I was literally mid-bite and was like, damn it. Well, hey, like at least still you got plenty of time, and now next time you can go back in and fix that. All right, so we have all this stuff. We're good to go here. I'm gonna make these changes. So we just cleaned up the code, removed all the warnings, and push. You blame Cat Peasant? I'm guessing that's a inside joke that happened during your stream that I'm not aware of. All right. What is next? We want README. The streamer can win. Okay, so we need a timer to display the timer, and if I haven't died within that timer, I'm the one who wins. All right. So what is that going to look like? Well, first of all, we just probably want some like countdown. So like number of seconds, maybe? Yeah, probably like number of seconds. So game time is going to be a duration, I guess just a standard duration off the Oh, I already have a duration. Okay. Duration from, we can just do from secs for this one. And let's just start with like 10 seconds to begin with. And I'm thinking we're probably going to do like a minute or like 5 minutes. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. Like what balance like feels the best. Then every single second, oh, so duration is probably not right. Every second I want to count down and I want to have like the game time left. I really want you to just be in seconds. This would be essentially 10. So you're going to be a U32. Hold on. We'll make you 10. Game time left. Then I want to display that on the screen. So this is going to be part of the interface. Okay, so we can have a function display time left. Self, we're going to bring in context. We're also going to bring in the time left, which is going to be a reference to a U32. Because I don't actually need the real number. We're going to have to turn this into a string anyway, so this will be fine. And we're going to return a game results. Okay, so we have that. Then so that'll just make that go away. All right, so let's create the time left string, the time left text. We're going to want to mute this so we can change it. Okay, so for this, you're going to be a text new and then a fragment, so we need a format. Time left, okay. So that gives us our text here. Let's now make this bigger. Okay, so set font. We have a font, new. Actually, we just want this to be default. Scale, uniform. Let's make you you can be, oh no, you have to be an F32. Let's do something like 50. That might be enough. No, not that. Timer text size. Okay, so then we set this font. I'm thinking, let's see, where can I put this? We have our interface all over the place. I'm thinking like either in the bottom left, the bottom right. Ooh, let's put it in the bottom right, like right next to. probably in the middle. Maybe it has to be like the very, very top. So let's do time left text dot set bounds. Okay, so what is our bounds? I want this to be, we could just do the full screen size. We probably want the interface like that. No, the instructions width, and just put them right in the middle of that, or like, it could just be the top right. In which case, if it's the top right, we can just do 0.0. Oh wait, width and height. So width is going to be entire screen width. So we need screen width, screen height, and then line right. Okay, so that gives us our set bounds. We don't have this, so we need to bring in the screen width. Okay, so then that will be happy with this. That creates where the timer text is. Let's like move it over to the right and just display it at the top of the screen. So okay, so that creates the new draw parent with default values. And I don't know if I need anything else with that. It's already going to draw in the appropriate spot. So then just question mark semicolon. And then display time left gets drawn in here. So we're going to have time left. That's going to have to be passed in, and then the screen size. Okay, so then we have to pull in time left here. Just a reference to U32. All right, so then you're happy. Now, where interface happens is the main library. We have this draw. We're missing time left at the very end. Game time left. All right, so no errors. CD into. All right, let's run this and see what. Like where it is and what that looks like. So time left is up here. I'm fine with that. I can either put that here or I can put that down at the bottom. I'm thinking that I might want to put it, like keep it up here and drop everything else down a little bit. So time left. Let's in the interface. We want to draw, let's see, what is that going to be? We want to draw everything else down a little bit in the so I'll draw background, draw title, draw commands. Okay, so like for example in draw title, Okay, so we have this self.margin. So maybe we can set our margin a little bit higher, and then we'll ignore that margin for the timer. Yuvar Jingne. That was terrible. I'm sorry. But hello, good morning. Well, still kind of morning for me. Let's see. Here's our margin. It's 10. Let's actually change this to be like 100 down. So if I do that and we run this again. Yeah, okay. Get the streamer shows up here. We have the time left that's showing with us, and this will change. I want... So everything else needs to be shifted down just a little bit. So you need to go down. And I think we create you in our main library. With our flame instruction, we just set you to like 150. I'll just need to set you to something like 200. There he goes. Get the streamer, fire column like that. We have our time left. So now I want the time left to count down over time. So what is that going to look like? We want every single frame us to see if a second has passed. And if it has, we drop it down. So we need, under the main library, I don't think I can use a constant for this. I think, yeah, because I don't think I can do a duration as a constant. Const reduce game time duration. So duration equals duration from sex 1. Oh, I can. Okay, perfect. So I can do reduce game time duration every. So let's just do like 1 second. Equals that. So then an update, if we're playing at the very end of this, so while function while all right, just right here, we can reduce the timer down if it's been a second. So we need to track. We have a duration from like when it started, when the game started. We have the number of ticks that we've gone through. We have the 1 second duration. I kind of feel that we need to get an instant and like to store like the next second, like a second from now. Is that true? Now, our other choice is like our self.frame rate count. Every time that we hit that, I could do that. Because this is how many I want to hit per second, right? Like 60 frames per second. So whenever this mod, the ticks, is 0, decrement, that could work. I don't know if it's a good idea. like if self dot frame rate target, and that way, whatever I change this, it just sort of updates for me. So mod, and this is going to be timer ticks context. If that's ever a 0, then self dot game time left minus equals to 1. You pass me a U size. Oh, no implementation for U32 to U size. So I need to change U. Can I do a dot into? No, you can't infer the type to go into. Okay. As a U size. Oh, and I could just make the frame rate target a U size. That would work too. Then we minus 1. So if I do this and we start the game again. Ooh, that wasn't attempted to subtract with overflow. That should not have run that fast. Like the ticks should be going slower than that. Because if I say like 60 mod, 60 should be 0, right? 60 mod. Do I have a calculator that can do mod? Oh, here. 60 divided by 60 is obviously. What? Really? No. 60, hold on, divided by 60 equals 1. Okay. That's not. I thought it'd be 0 because it went in evenly. Oh no, it's 0 because there's no, okay. I forgot how mod works. It's the remainder. It's the remainder. There is no remainder, so we're fine. Where's my clear? So then if I do 60 divided by, so we start with 0, with 1. We have that, okay. That would attempt to reduce it down immediately right away. If I do 60 divided by 2, 60 divided by 2. Why am I getting 600 divided by 2? Am I not clearing this out properly? 60 divided by 2. Why am I not able to use a calculator? Oh yeah, sorry about that, Lord Mist. Yeah, I have links turned off. Okay, so I do 60 divided by 2. Do I want it the opposite way around? I think I want it the opposite way around. So I want actually X that, timer ticks, mod that. There we go. Every second, it's now ticking down. And if for some reason the frames like slow way down, it's the time will like update with that. And then of course we get a underflow because we went to below 0. All right. So we're reducing the time down. If we're at 0, okay, so if self.gameTimeLeft, if that's now 0, we want to set the winning player to me. So self.winningPlayer is equal to, what do you need to be? You need to be a option, so you're going to be sum on a chatter. So chatter, new, name, the streamer, Brooks. I should probably not use me. The streamer one. And for color, we can make this, I don't know, something like 200, 150, 230. I have no idea what that is. Set that equal to that, and then return early. Like that. And then that should, oh, you need b.toOwned. Like that. Ooh, okay, I want to check this out. So this is from Lord Mist, who whispered it to Bear, who then put it in here. So let's copy link location. All right, let's bring this over here. All right, so what are we? Let W equals, okay, we have an array of string slices. I don't know what those are supposed to be, but okay. So then we iterate through them. We map. Can I? Nope. Okay. We get the string slice from UTF-8 as bytes. Oh, those are okay. Those are codes of some kind. Iterate through them. So as bytes, iterate, map, get characters -1, collect them into a vector, unwrap and then collect those again, print some hexadecimal to lay bytes, iterate, filter, double reference byte, make sure it's not equal to 0, little endian, click close on the right. Ooh, okay, that's how to do it. Map, okay, so map the byte as usize -1. Fold, I haven't used fold, I don't think. So string to own, so empty, like it's just a single, actually, just an empty string to owned, get the N and an O, format, and display that out. Let's see what this does. Got it. Oh man, this is the first time we got that. This is great. I love this turning into that. Oh man, this is so much obfuscation. I know, this is wonderful. I love it. Thank you so much for Lord Mist for doing this. You spent too much time on that. This is keep that source code. Put it on GitHub or something. This is worth keeping around. This is pretty awesome. I love it. And that means you're the first person who's got me with that. So that's also another what is that? My milestone. It's a good milestone. So thank you for that. Thank you for showing that off. And also thank you for doing that. All right, so we have the streamer one in here. We create the chatter new. You know what we should also do? This is gonna be great. If we have winning player, with this, I just a little bit of a troll. I'm gonna empty out, so like self.teammates.clear. There is no teammates. None of you you didn't win. None of you get there. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna put anything in there. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna clear it. This is gonna be a better choice. We're gonna put it into an iter mute, and then map this. So in the map, we're gonna have a game chatter, and I want chatter.name, and I want to reset you to be what do I want to reset? Like how trolley do I want to get? Chatter.name equals, if I format, not chatter.name. Self.teammates equals, and then we're going to collect at the very end and set that all up. Okay, so the collect, we need to, you need to know what to do, don't you? Oh, can't be built from iterator over that. I need to return, I forgot. We get this. Let's do multi-line here, and I want to return the chatter. So update the chatter, return that, and then collect this all together. You need what? A value type vec chatter cannot be built of value. Oh, we let's just do iter into iter. We'll just take ownership of it and just like recreate it. Cannot the same chatter name as chatter is not declared as mutable. We can do that right here. And do that. New clip rickrolled by Lord Mist. Awesome. Thank you so much for that clip too. I haven't gotten very many clips on the channel, so that's a good one. Okay, so teammates cannot move out of self-teammates, which is behind a mutable reference. I want to set, I mean, I could clone you. We collect you, and then we set you back into self.teammates. All right. So if I do that, and we run this, let's see. All right, so the game left time. Do I win at the end of this time? The streamer won. The streamer won. Okay, that's not right. The streamer 1-1. Probably want to do the streamer. Ooh, I'm getting performance hitches. The streamer 1. Okay, that's perfect. That's a good color too. Now, where is my performance hitching coming from? This game time is 0, so like all of this stuff should only happen right then. So like a lot of these things that I've been moving around with shouldn't really, this shouldn't affect it. Like, is that calculation can't be it. Oh wow, this is really smooth now. That calculation is doing it? That's way more. That's way more expensive than I was expecting. Okay, so if timer ticks, so get the timer ticks, mod frame rate, target as U size. Like one thing that I could do, I could make it so it doesn't have to convert into U size. So frame rate target can be a U size up here. Oh, and then you need to be a U32. Okay. That's a... that becomes like one of those, oh, that's fun. You need to be... You return a U size. Ticks is probably not the right way to go about this then. Hold on, let me change you back to U32. F32. If a woodchuck could chuck wood, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck? Clearly I can't say that stuff. I am terrible at apparently that. I mean, but all the wood they would chuck until they underflowed because there was no more wood left. Apparently I can't type it either. Well, it's a winning all around. Was there another technical question that I missed? I might have. If you asked a question and I didn't answer it, ask it again, please. Okay, so frame rate target, mesh data types, found integer. You're a U32, I think. Not a UF32. Right, so now we're back to this problem here. So I want to every single second go down by 1. I have instants and I have durations. So I can have a duration of 1 second. I can calculate if we've reached a sort of an instant. So an instant from from now. So I can do, let's do let time since start equals timer time since start. So that gives me an instant, I believe. Gives me a duration. Returns the time since the game was initialized as reported by the system clock. Okay. So if I do that, then if I also track the time, the next time to like tick down. So this is going to be so 1 second is there, but we also want to decrease game timer by, is going to be another duration. Decrease game timer. Oh, it's going to be at, not by. Because we already have the by as the 1 second. So at, you're going to be an instant. We need to pull that in. So you're going to be an instant now plus 1 second. Spelling, tough. Okay, so decrease game timer at. It's at this instant. We set it to now from 1 second. Then in our update, we get the time since start is this duration. If self decrease time at return the amount of time elapsed since this instant was created. No, I really want it to just be a subtraction. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I want, so elapsed returns a duration, returns the amount of time elapsed since this instant was created. Oh, I can create another instant every second. Is that right? Okay, so okay, so dot elapsed. If decrease to game timer dot elapsed is now less than, no, is greater than or equal to 1 second. Then I want to self dot game time left minus equals to 1. And then we do the rest of this here. When that also happens, decrease game timer at is going to have to be set to now. So we don't even need this time since start. We just then set it to be now. So then, let's see, self dot decrease game timer at equals instant now plus 1 second. So every second, this should now decrease, and everything should be happier. All right, what happened? Supplied instance is later than self. Well, yeah, I want you to be in the future. So I want you to be an instant. Decrease game timer at, hold on, what? Decrease game timer at, yeah. Is now plus 1 second. Hold on, what can I do? Dot. It's like, let's see, add a sign. Time instant. Add a sign. So I want to completely reset you. Why would you be upset if I just like change you to be something bigger? Supplied instant is later than self on line 27. Oh no, that's time. 278. And I can set. So initially, decrease game timer is instant now plus 1 second. So I guess I just want to reset this to be like a new time. So decreased game timer at. If self the decreased game timer at dot elapsed. So if that's been 1 second. Oh, set it to be now. Okay, that's what it is. Just set it to be now. What am I doing? Decrease game timer at is an instant. I don't need this entire one instant now. I can just do this as now. Like this is really just gonna be like a timer. Timer is instant, or just like now. You're now. I don't know why instant, like working with instants, just like messed up my brain a little bit. What am I doing? Oh, I'm trying to implement a timer counting down. So self dot now. So if self dot now to last, if that's greater than or equal to 1 second, then decrease the game time left, and also set now is equal to instant now. So reset instant now to be that, and you should be happy. Cargo run. There you go. And now we're still dropping down by 1 second. And if we reach the end before anybody drops anything onto me, I win. You saw somebody post code that prints itself to the console in the Rust Discord. It's really cool. Is it the donut? Because I've seen that in C before, which is really, really cool. So it's cool that like people are now doing those in Rust. Two main things you need to know is instant now and instant elapsed. It's all duration after that. Yeah, I know. I just like keep on forgetting. No, it's not in any fancy formatting. Okay, but it's still like printing its own code, which is pretty, like that's still pretty cool. I like that. All right, so the streamer won. And so go back to our README. Then all of these are done. Now, one thing we need to test with this is if I win and you didn't have any, let's see, let's actually update our time. Let's make it right. Let's do const game time is just going to be a U32, and let's do like 100 seconds to begin with. Game time. Game time. All right. So you'll have 100 seconds to get me. I'm getting hitching again. Is it the time duration calculations? It's pretty bad. I don't have that much in the arrays, so it shouldn't deal with that. 2 hash fire. 1. But this is, yeah, that's not. Oh man, something in here that I did recently. One 100 seconds is still pretty long. Minute, almost 2 minutes. I'm not trying to sleep. So hold on. It's like, this is the new stuff that I do. So if now that elapsed is 1 second, decrease the game timer and do an instant now, and then print that. And we're still setting into our frame rate, which is 60. So it shouldn't be taking out all of that stuff. Oh, perfect. All right, that works. You don't need to do math against instant. Just check the duration. Isn't that what this is? Like, I get a duration of like how much time has elapsed. Yeah, but you're reducing the counter every 1 second and resetting. Just check the elapsed duration. Just check the elapse for the duration you want. Instead of the extra mumbo. I guess like I don't fully understand that, because like elapse gives me a duration from now, right? How can I not do math to know that it's been 1 second since the last time I set the instant? Or do I not even need to do the setting of the instant? If you want the game to last for a minute, and I want the counter to go down by 1 second, like by 1 every second. Because that's the big part about this, is I want this counter there. So if self.now.elapsed as sex. Oh. If you want the counter, fine, but you don't need it. Yeah, I was hoping like I could do the counter so like you could all see it. You could also compare that against a duration. Oh wait, wrong one. So it's as sex. I am wondering now, is there a better way for me to do this? So if I have like a game time that's a duration of how long we're allowed to do, and I subtract that duration every single frame by like what the delta is, you can't just sub the elapsed as sex from the known game time and make your label that. Same math with no counter. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Elapsed as sex from the known game time and make your label that. Okay, so that's going to be much better. So, first of all, we have to track how much total. We have one counter, which is going to be the game time here. And we probably want you to be a duration. So if I do from sex like 10, let's say our duration is 10 seconds. Then in update here, I want to figure out if I've won, we have to get the amount that we've currently played. So that's going to be the timer time since start past the context. That gives us a duration. So if that is minus, if that's greater than or equal to the game time, yeah, game time, then we get to do this. And like, it's game over. Now, if I want the counter, I want game time the elapsed as seconds from known game time and make your label that. Let's see. Which I have all of that, so then let's go figure out where interface drawing is. Game time left. So instead of view like this, we're now going to return game time my dot as sex minus timer time since start context dot as sex. Oh wait, you know what? We just subtract this and then do a as sex at the very end. Subtract the two durations together and then do an as sex. Inexpensive, cheap, and quality. Oh, hey, Museum! Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Game time is a duration. Time since start is a duration. So I subtract the two. Shouldn't that give me a duration? that then I can run these methods on, like as sex returns the whole number of seconds. So I probably don't want this. Let's see, what are you? A U64. So I can just pass in the U64 to interface draw. So you get a U64. I can actually make this a duration. And then do that conversion at the very last second. All right, so if we go to interface, you find down here display time left. Time left, you're going to be a duration. Time left dot as sex. Then you'll figure that out. You're watching this Mulan movie people have been crying about. I have not. I've seen the advertisements for it. I've watched the original cartoon, but not the new. There's always been a witch and a phoenix and a magic spider. Did they like change the entire story? All right, so then you're happy there. So once I've changed it here, we can follow the errors. So game time left, we don't need you anymore. I don't think we need now even anymore. Okay, so then, stop. This is going to be just the game time, just the math here, the subtraction. Eddie Murphy played a dragon in it. I remember the original, although it has been a long time. No errors anymore. So let's see if this works, and it works better. Which is funny because he played a donkey in love with a dragon in Shrek. Still getting some hitching. We weren't getting the hitching before. Oh, cool. Overflow and subtracting durations. Was the number going down? I didn't look. This is working. Take note, you can't go negative. Okay. Now I thought I was handling that. So if start, oh, okay, hold on. If timer, time since start, so we really care about if game time, so if game time minus time since start, if that's, it might as well just be equal to 0, then we win. As seconds. Still 4 errors. Found a U64 because you are your duration. I want you to be wrapped in parentheses. Okay, now we're happy again. Now I should be able to win as soon as we reach 0 seconds. Too late. Oh wait, it still went down. I thought we stopped it. Because that returned okay with that. Oh, it's in our draw graphics. So we do this. Okay, so here's where we need to do our casting. We can't go negative here. So if game time, if this is less than, that sucks. I need to handle like when this is less than 0 and becomes like a negative duration. I guess if I did, as you said, and turn this into ASX that's a U64. Is there an I? I can go to F. That's the best that I can do. There's a float conversion or. I mean, I can also do ASX as I32. So minus timestamp start dot ASX as I32. Now, of course, this is upset because it was expecting a duration initially. And so now we're back to I32s. So let's fix that. So interface.draw. See here, you're back to an I32. Or back to my counter. I'm okay with doing this. Okay. That you steered me away from because you thought I was doing something else. Okay, no problem. Still have to figure out the like what's going on performance-wise. This is pretty bad. Of course, doing this in release mode probably will be fine. Oh, and the timer's still going. That's fine. So if I run this in release mode, let's give ourselves. I'll give you 1 minute. It shouldn't be hitching like that in debug mode. That's what I would hope, but it is. And I'm just doing too many checks, I guess, or like the math is weird. The hitching started when I started working with the timing and numbers. So something about those numbers are like really blocking. And bringing up the task manager, we can watch as we open this up. By the way, I learned this recently. Control-Shift-Escape brings up Task Manager without having to do the entire Control-Alt-Delete Task Manager. Yeah, all my CPUs are belonging to Rust right now. Or OBS. Oh, that's cool. Oh, not found those resources. So in this target, we have to copy the resources into release mode. So here's these resources. That will do that. You've been on a CS escape kick since Windows 7. At least if not Windows 8. Can you not specify an asset store location? I mean, I probably could. Ooh, look at that. So we still got some hitching. Yeah, it's GGEZ. So like, I can do, yeah, reasons. So it's not as bad, but it's still pretty bad. And with what I'm doing, it can't possibly be like the graphics are doing something else. All of those are fine. It's the timer stuff. Like, how can a timer be this hard to implement? If I don't... Is it less that and more the fact that I'm having to create the mesh so many times? I wonder if that's it. I'm creating this mesh and doing like formats and like doing a bunch of string manipulation code. Like that's another possibility, I suppose. Okay, mesh, interface. So down here I have display time left. So I'm creating this mesh every frame. It really doesn't seem like much. There's some other frames, there's some other meshes that get created, but like I'm not during the game that's being played. That being said, if in interface I don't display the time left, if we just don't do this, do we get the hitching? No. Because I'm not limiting draw. So hold on, I wasn't paying attention. What are you taking? 6.4 CPU, 4.7 GPU. And I'm using GPU 03D. I'm not limiting draw. That's the big thing. I'm not limiting draw at all. I am fixed in update though. So update is very low, draw is very fast. Yeah, it should be fine. Like there might be some of those weird little things as like we go, wait, is that my problem? Is it not actually hitching? Is it the fact that sometimes I update and its position changes a lot and it didn't draw the between times very much? And so it's smooth, but not smooth? Still doesn't make sense. Why would it be smooth except when I turn on this again? Okay, hold on. Let's turn this back on again. Save you, rerun you, and let's take a look at what we got. 6.9 and 4.0. You'd see it jaggy all the time. That's what I would expect too. This is not... It's still very small amounts of GPU and CPU. Moving back and forth, it's not causing it any more craziness. Were you accessing the GGEZ counter? You mean like ticks? I was doing a timer. Yeah, I was accessing a timer, and I guess like that's really slow. I'm accessing it in several different places. I wonder if there's a difference there that isn't on what you want. Although I'm not using that to like do anything besides just draw the numbers to the screen. So it's really about like, is that taking weird sleeps? Let's see, down to updates. Yeah, there shouldn't be any sleep. Where's my update? Oh, I'm in interface, that's why. Here's my update. So I have timer, check update time. So that's doing that to this. That's fine. Then I have, okay, game time minus time since start as seconds. So like this is one potential place. So it may be a nano on your code just for CPU savings. Does the name color checking still just check if it's 0? I'd say if the average of all channels is under 50, add 50 to all channels. Yeah, it still checks that. So here's, I think, the most expensive timer. It's just set a lower threshold to F to like I64 or something, easy fix. So like this is I64. And then change time left. Isn't that time since start the frame start? The start of the game. Since the game was initialized. What others do I have? U64. Let's go to draw. I64. All right. This is gonna have to be my last tech. I'm getting tired and hungry. I need to go get food. I wouldn't do that if any of the draw, just calc it and prep it and update. I thought I handled all that. Once you get it to draw, it should be ready to just do. Okay, so we need, like in the library here, to store our countdown. So basically like time left in game is, could be like a U32. Time left in game is going to be our duration game time dot as sex as U32. You could draw things in update and not actually draw them until you call the render. I mean, that's true. But okay, so if I do time left in game, then in our update, game time minus this. Okay, so if I do this calculation here, and so we set this, maybe we do this like up here. It's like let game time left equals, we do this. And then if game time left is equal to 0, we're done. Else self dot time left in game equals game time left. Now you're U32 and you're a U64, so let's go update you to be U64. Okay, so then in our time left, this is an I64, so we're just going to pass in self dot time left in game. That's a U64, so we need to go make these changes. U64. Display time left is a U64. See if this works better. No, still some of these hitches. Oh, I turned off the get stuff because it was having a lot of trouble with VS Code. And like weird things with like, yeah. Every 1 second when it does that update. Yeah, so something I'm doing is really screwing this up. Yeah, I turned off, the only reason because I turned off the get stuff with VS Code, that's all. All right, so I need to fix that somehow, but that's gonna have to be a next time thing. So in README, we do have this streamer can win and a timer, but we need to figure out, was it doing that with the counter minus one way? Yes, it was. It was. So I have something about like my counter and my timer and like figuring all that stuff out is not good. And there's a bunch of potential ways we can fix it, but we're gonna have to fix frame hitching, fix frame bad performance around countdown. And maybe we can just store that text mesh and like maybe that'll be better. I don't know. I'm gonna say we're not completely done with that, but we're close. So close all of you. It's hitching 1 second. I wouldn't call it bad performance because the performance is actually fine. Well, hitching at all is bad performance, isn't that? Isn't that like technically true? So let's see. Streamer can win after timer ends. You don't get it? I guess like to me is the performance is bad because it's hitching. Like that's the metric I'm using. Even if you did the measure of time and render, it shouldn't hitch like that. I know it shouldn't. It shouldn't, but for some reason it is. And I don't know why. So we're gonna have to play around with that again tomorrow morning. I am getting tired and hungry. I need to go make lunch. So I'm gonna call it end of that. I pushed up this code. We can find it all under Bang repo. You might try your own timer and not GGEZ's for the label. That actually might be a good idea too, is to just try to handle the timing stuff ourselves. Simply because maybe reaching into GGEZ for the timer stuff is not like, I don't know, maybe there's some weirdness going on. It should be using instance and stuff in the back, but I don't know. Who knows? Exactly. We don't know. We'll figure that out as we get there. So Mr. Halsey is streaming right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and set up a raid for him. Let's go take a look at what Mr. Halsey is up to right now. Turn off the music. All right, come on, advertisements. All right. If I remember correctly, he's continuing to make the islands, or maybe it's just yeah, I think he's continuing to make the islands for this. So if I turn off you, yeah, let's go ahead and set up a raid for Mr. Halsey. Here's my quick actions. There is that. Start the raid. And I'm going to switch over to my ending screen. Main, ending, and stop capturing that. All right, everybody, thank you so much for stopping by. I'm doing these like streams where I'm working on this game on weekday mornings, Monday through Thursday at 7 a.m. Mountain Time. I'm also on Fridays doing Exploration Fridays. We looked at the Bevy game engine last week on Friday, and then next week, I don't know, we'll look at something else. And then on Sundays, we're doing Tutorial Sundays with, doing Introduction to Rust. So lots of really cool, fun things that we're doing. Anyways, I hope that you all have a great rest of your Sunday. If you like this stream and you want to get notified, please hit the follow button and follow me here, or you can follow me on Twitter when I post there when I go live. Okay, I'm clearly hungry. I'm having trouble doing words. So with that, I guess I will do that, hit that button now. All right, everybody, see you next time. Bye.